Oh, don't you dare. Don't do it. Don't do it. Dum 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 dum. Doody dum 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 doody dum dum doo. Uh-oh. We're back. Anybody chatting? There you go. Okay, I was gonna say, is anybody chatting? I can't see anything. Had to mess up. Oh, sweet. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Tom Paul. I hear noise out there. It's hubby. Hiya, sis. Okay, so I'm gonna wait a few minutes for him to call in. I figure I better get this started just in case. He'll call in on hubby's phone. And I'll ask you guys, hey Pappy, I'll ask you guys if you guys can hear him. And we'll go from there. I had a really nice conversation with Don earlier. Yeah, back at the window. A different window this time. That's too funny, isn't it? Well, there's no place for me to sit outside unless I want to sit out there where you guys are looking. And there's no protection, you know, so I can sit up here. Second floor. Okay, Ryan. Oh, he sings praises about you, Ryan. That is awesome. Yeah, if it starts to get dark, I think what I'll do is maybe ask hubby to go out and throw my flashlight out there and hang it off the satellite dish. Talk about rigged. No, Martha, I don't think you'll be able to get up here. I can't sit up. I mean, I have to, might be able to crawl up here to go to sleep. You probably like it up here. You can see everything. Yeah, Don's a really nice guy. Denny's telling the dogs to go away. That's okay, the steps are really small. Wait until you get here, you'll see, Martha. Hey, Pam, welcome back. Well, what's nice about up here is when you come to stay, Martha, you'll be able to see everything from up here. You get a better view than I do from my bedroom window. Right now, Donnie's eating his dinner. He said he'll call me as soon as he's finished. So I figured I'd better get it started. Say hello to everybody. Hi, all my lurkers. And this is going to be weird because it's so early. I'm not used to having early live chats. Isn't that weird? Bella! Tank! Bella! Bella! She's like, what are you doing? Here, Denny. He's yelling at the dogs. Up here by yourself? Oh, you'll be fine up here. Asleep by 10? Oh my goodness. I tell my husband somewhere around 11-ish, I'm going to bed. He goes, why are you going to bed so early? I said, I don't know. I get in there, I climb in bed, turn on my heating pad, pull the covers up over my head, and then, hi oracles, welcome back. And then I open up the window and I start looking outside. No, Tom Paul, this is the property we bought. Different place. Different sassies too. And these guys aren't much different than the ones at home. Oh, tank just went underneath the barn. These guys like to toss small pebbles. They tree knock. They didn't do a whole bunch of that, you know, at home, but these guys tree knock. And there's gotta be, I think there's a young one that plays with Tank, excuse me. What he does is Tank will get up and this is at night, and he'll run to the right, right by the fence line, and he'll start barking and barking, and then he'll run all the way down to the left, and then he'll run back to the right and back and forth, but his tail's just wagging like crazy. And then all of a sudden it's gone, and he just puts his head down and comes walking back and climbs in his little cage and goes to sleep. But I think there's a younger one that's got to play with him or something, because I can't figure out what else would run back and forth that we can't see. Can you? Unless we have aliens. Ooh. Ooh. Don't mind me, I'm slap happy. Try again. Oh. I had to fix it. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm not sure, but all I know is that when they do, it's really funny to watch Tank, because he goes crazy. Bella just stays in her cage. That's what makes me think they're sassies, because she did that on the property. She'd go into the camper or she'd hide behind me. But here she just stays inside, you know, in her cage. I'm getting ready. Hopefully next week I'm going to build them a doghouse. A double doghouse, you know, one for both of them. They both climb in this one, which is an extra large, but I can't imagine how they fit. Tank's a tank. Where is he? He's hiding down there somewhere. Oh, tankers! Tank! Come on, puppy. He's probably hiding underneath there. I haven't really been looking for prints. I've spent the last... We've been so busy trying to get... Look at this. See, my yard's still a mess back there. I've got so much to do. We finally got everything out of the camper and put into the shed. And then there's another shed over there, which is my husband's man cave. But he has to go back to work, and he telemarkets. So we got that... we got that all set up and fixed up today. It's almost completely done. I missed what Sarah said. Sorry, I wasn't looking that way, sweetie. Yeah, well, my shed, this one that you're looking at basically has everything that we can't store here in the camper because it's only 200 square feet. But we need $40. What do you need $40 for, Shane? Sarah, sorry. Hey, Filmer. Okay, Sarah. Anybody that can help Miss Sarah and Shane out? Hey, Carol and Bill. God puts it on your heart to help them out. Help them out. You got to put your PayPal up there, Sarah. How you doing, Filmer? No, I haven't had any. We had a visual the day we were up here with Lizzie. Lizzie and I saw one behind a tree, probably about 40, 50 feet back behind the fence line. And when we looked back, it was gone, so we knew something was there. Okay, Sarah. Put up his PayPal, Sarah, so we can help. But other than that, no. Hey, Southern Cal, I see lots of eye shine at night. Not every night, but sometime. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you, Chev. I appreciate you guys. There's, Filmer, there's the PayPal link right above you. Chev and Pappy both posted it. Anybody that can help them out, they both have had some serious physical issues, and they ask for help once in a while. Yeah, they need, what'd you say, $50? $40? What did you say, Sarah? I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm watching my husband the same time I'm trying to talk to you guys. So how is everybody tonight? I am so stoked. How you doing, Chev? Probably like me, huh? Yeah. Still out there about Kevin. I keep expecting a phone call. The video's great. Sweet. Thank you, Miss Martha. We have those frogs here that sound like baby goats. Oh no. I hate those. Okay, Sarah. Help's coming, sweetie. Well, thank you very much, Carol and Bill. I know, right, Chef? I don't think you ever really get over it. Wow, Susan. Yeah, I remember you saying that. This is crazy. But that's okay. We're getting there. I'm not going to complain. No, we don't, Filmer. I've been waiting for his parents to contact me, and my phone number did change, so I emailed them and gave them a new phone number. But I know what they were trying to do. What bothered me was, I don't know what happened to the PayPal account to get them help, but I know that they did not get enough for... I'll tell them to shut up, Chev, or I will. I'm sorry, guys. Don't keep telling me stuff like that, Chev. You know I'm going to get on the phone. Anyways, his parents are having a really hard time, and, you know, they don't have a lot of money anyway. So, yeah, they do. And they asked me for help, and I publicized that they needed help, gave them the, oh, Susan, they got 20 acres to run here. Yeah, your dogs, I'm sorry, too. We gave them the PayPal, or they gave us the PayPal, and they didn't get, I think they got $150, which wasn't enough to do what they needed to do. So I guess they found some kind of help to get him cremated, and there won't be a service, but there will be a memorial. And last I heard, they were trying to find a way of getting, the memorial's going to be held, no, they live in Missouri. And they're trying to get the memorial service held at where Kevin used to live. You know, with the guy that took care of him, that helped him. Well, awesome, Susan. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I will keep you guys informed as long as I know. You know, if they tell me, I'll make sure I tell you. But I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything else. You know, nothing concrete, nothing that I can pass. So, oh, Tim. You're silly. Tricks are for kids, huh? Well, the phone should be ringing any minute now. Been on 15 minutes? Yep, that's about time. This is going to be interesting. I got to find a place to sit here. Seriously, I wish I could show you guys this, but my head, I'm sitting on my backside, and I have to twist my head down because I am too tall to sit underneath this. Kevin's brother's PayPal? I don't know, Filmer. I'm sure people have said they have, but I don't really know one way or another. Hey, Margaret. Tank. Hey, big boy. Hey, big boy. I kind of think that Glag would know. You know, I don't know. I don't know anything, to tell you the truth. I really don't. And I don't know who would go tell him, you know, if he doesn't know. Who would you trust to go out there and tell Glag? Excuse me. No, I was supposed to, Filmer, but it kind of got done without me knowing about it. It's okay. Long story. Okay, Mike. I have to find a place to... Hey, Diana. How are you? Let me find a place to move this, guys, so I can get comfortable. Hey, Blue. Yeah, that's better. Now I need me a pillow. If I put a pillow up here, it'll be all good. It'll be just like up at the property. I mean, up at the house. Now, if it gets too windy, you guys might fall down. This summer, it won't be my fault. I don't think so, Filmer. An empath feels things, but someone who has telepathy can pass those feelings on. I'm sure an empath that's strong enough can do it. I don't know enough about that stuff, though. Well, thank you very much. Uh-oh, Don sent a text message. Uh-oh, hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. This is Donnie.
Hello, Donnie. How are you?
I'm very good. A little stuffed now, but I'm good.
Well, you're already live.
Oh, good. Well, hello to everybody. Sorry I'm late. Had a long day and had to get something to eat right quick.
Can you guys hear him okay?
Is it coming through clear?
Everybody says hello, so apparently they heard you.
Oh, good. Good deal.
And you don't have to apologize for being late. You weren't late.
Just a little behind time. On the wrong side of the watch, but that's all right. It's all good.
So how are you?
Doing good. Doing very good.
It's good to
Had a
hear.
lot going on around here with the goats, but it's forever changing. It's constantly changing. We think we got one of the big guys showing up again.
Uh-oh.
We had issues with him, nothing bad, but he was coming up and spooking the goats, usually right at sundown. And the parcel of woods on the north side of our house is, it's not much to it, probably 25 acres. And I don't know where he would be coming from. He certainly doesn't live in that little piece. But he'd come up to the fence, and I was trying to do a live stream here recently, about a month ago, when I had all the problems with YouTube.
Yeah.
I had phone problems and then problems getting into my YouTube account, and it was just a list of things. But during that time, I got the YouTube problem fixed where I could connect, and I was doing a live stream, and I did see something, and I had it in the window of the phone screen, and zooming in on it, and it had movement. I have no idea what it was. I know what I think it was, but I can't confirm it. But during that, afterwards, when I went to check to see what the comments were on the video, there were none. There were zero views, zero comments, and it never uploaded.
Wow.
And it ended up about a week and a half ago, I finally just deleted it. It was still showing that it was being processed.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know what happened. But
well,
it was I'm sorry?
I've had that happen. I've had that happen to me before, and I just deleted it, because I couldn't get it to upload either. But hey, for people that don't know who you are, you want to tell them who you are? And sorry, guys, this is Donnie, and Donnie's my guest tonight, and I'll let you explain who you are and what you do.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, my name's Donnie. Me and my wife, Kim, we have a goat rescue, and we were led to do this spiritually. And what we do is we pick up goats. Sometimes they're just dropped off. We'll find them in our driveway. We've had them delivered in boxes. Usually either sick, injured, or abused. And we have maybe 6 or 7 out there that the people who had them got them when they were cute little babies, and then they matured and became these big adult goats, and they weren't interested in them no more, so the goats were basically abandoned, and we ended up getting them. Nice. And then we work with them, and if they have a good temperament to them, then we teach them to be around people, to have a calm nature. They've got to be very nurturing towards people, and we use them for the emotionally and physically handicapped.
That's awesome.
A lot of children, usually the children that can't walk, in the 10 to 15 year range, that's the majority of what we run into. And they're bound to an electric chair. They can't talk. They've got the mind of an infant and the body of a teenager. And the goats, when they see these children, they go straight to them, and the children, their face lights up, and it's such an amazing event. It's very emotional for us as well to see it. But that's what we do with them. And sometimes they don't recover from the injuries, the goats. And those that don't fully recover, then they stay here with us. We don't try to find a home for them. We just keep them here because most people don't have the time it takes to dedicate to a goat that's basically disabled.
Oh, that's incredible.
If you look back in the beginning, our Creator had Noah build a 450-foot-long boat, and it wasn't for Noah and his family; it was for the animals.
Right.
And if our Creator loved them that much, to have one man build a boat of that size, then what is our position? We're stewards of the earth, and the animals are part of that. And we just we nurture them. We love all animals. I do hunt. I'm not like one of the Greenpeace type people.
Mm-hmm.
We do hunt. I don't hunt to have an animal head to put on the wall. I don't do anything of that at all. We hunt for meat.
Right, for food.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, same here.
And we help a lot of people.
Thank you, Peppy.
We give a lot of meat away. This year, I think we've given away more this year than we have the last probably 3 years combined. But last year was an unbelievable hunting season, and it was unbelievable for the amount of animals I ended up harvesting between deer and wild pigs, and my means of harvest is a muzzle loader, a black powder gun.
Oh, wow.
So I only have one shot, and I don't shoot past 50 yards. And then archery, which due to a broken neck, I can't shoot a regular bow no more. So I have a crossbow permit, a medical permit, and so I use a crossbow. And with that, I'm limited to about 30 yards.
Right.
In the right hands, you can make a very effective long-range shot, but I'm not a good shot. I shake real bad, and so I have to be very close and up there where I can see the pupils of the animal, basically.
Yeah.
But I had a wonderful season, and we still have meat from the season before this last one. And so we've probably given away about 200 pounds of meat so far.
Wow, that's cool. That's really cool. I can't wait till we get our license here and we're able to start hunting. We have to get the freezer. The electric has to be run still. We've got things like that to do, but I don't want hunting season to come and go without, getting out there at least once, and I know this,
Yeah.
I've heard and seen the turkeys right on the other side of the fence, and there's plenty of sign, for the hogs around here, and I picked up a deer,
wow.
a first year antler, in my yard, so there's plenty of everything here, but we just haven't had time to go down and get our licenses yet, but I'm hoping I don't miss this year. That'll be fun for me.
Oh,
I haven't done it in so long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had, I used to hunt, I'd get out about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'd get to, if I was sitting in a chair or a stand, I'd get there an hour and a half to 2 hours before sunrise. And by the time the sun came up, the humidity and the dew in the air the transition from night till daylight, the dew falls, and it also pulls your scent to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, due to an encounter I had with one of these big guys in 2011, it changed everything. And so I don't go out in the dark. I finally got 2 years ago, I had some help from Wes and Glenn, the Sasquatch Chronicles and Bigfoot Case Files, and they were a tremendous help, a tremendous support because of what they've done by talking to me and several emails with Lynn. I'm able to go hunting right as it's still dark, but I'm about 20 minutes before the sun rises, and I haven't been able to do that up until that point. I've had several encounters with these giants and a few other creatures that I don't know what they are.
Well, would you like your encounter, your first encounter?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My early encounters, the first ones, I had no idea what they were. We didn't have TV. We didn't go to the movies. It was, even as a child, if we weren't planting crop or raising meat, whether it be cows or pigs or whatever the case would be, we were always engaged. We were always outside, hunting, fishing, frogging, whatever it took to put food on the table. So I didn't have any knowledge. I never heard of Bigfoot, and I'd never heard of these other things until these last couple of years, these past few years.
Yeah.
And
I hear that.
Yeah, and there's so much more out there. And these last few years, I have seen more things that I have no idea what they are. I couldn't even guess and be in a general direction of what they are or where they came from. I don't have a clue. I've been in the woods my entire life. Started hunting when I was 5 with my father, and been taken into the woods, into the swamps, and I've hunted wild hog with a couple of dogs and a belt knife, like what they call a buck knife these days. And the dogs would catch the wild hog, and then we'd get in there and grab him by his back feet. And if he was a boar hog, then we would, using the knife, we would take his life and we'd butcher him.
Yeah.
And I've toted several injuries from them. You don't always win when it comes to pigs.
Yeah.
They are very aggressive and supernaturally strong.
Yep.
But I've always been out there, and I never seen anything until I was somewhere around 16, 17 years old. That was the first time I actually saw one. But I had encounters before that, being hit with pine cones, and I got slapped in the back. I was on a bicycle and got knocked almost over the handlebars. I did wipe out, and I thought a bird had hit me in my back, and it burned so bad. In my mind, I was seeing the beak of the bird impaled into my back and broke off in me. And my other friends that were with me, they come back, and my buddy Mike lifted my shirt up, and he said, "You have a handprint." And it was right between my shoulder blades, and he put his finger where the end of the longest finger was and the base of the palm, and it almost covered the width of my back. And at that time, I believe I was around 13 or 14 years old. But we didn't have cell phones back then, and nobody carried a camera because most of them were the Polaroids.
What did you think?
I didn't know. I had no idea. We didn't have an explanation. And my best friend that was with me, Mike, his younger brother was also with us, and he said a ghost had hit me. And I actually thought about it. Was it a ghost? Because it was daytime. We were on a logging road, and this particular area, we took our bikes out there just about every weekend when school was out. And it's about 12 miles, the length of it. And roughly a mile off the main highway, it parallels, if you guys know where Panama City Beach is, the northernmost highway that they call Back Beach Road, if you go about a mile to a mile and a half into the woods, that's where this logging road, Stuckey's Run, where it went. And we would go in behind the Colony Club. It's a golf course and a driving range. We'd ride our bikes in there, and we'd get on that logging road, and we'd ride all the way to the Hathaway Bridge, which is the east end of Panama City Beach. And you have to cross the bridge to get into Panama City. But we would come out right there at the base of the bridge, and then we'd call my mother, and she would drive Daddy's 57 Chevy pickup truck and come there and pick us up in our bicycle. And about probably 4 miles down the trail from where we got on that logging road, you get to an area to where you're under the canopy of trees. You're on the 2 trail from when they log it about every 10 or 12 years. And so it's grown up tremendously. But you got these 2 little dirt strips from the tire tracks, and on the weekends you get the teenagers going out there, and they're having a good time in their vehicles and just playing in the woods. And so the 2 trails from the tires they're always dirt because they're ridden on quite often. Excuse me. But this one section, you get to the trees, they hang over the road. And it's probably 400 or 500 yards. It's like you're riding through a tunnel. It's really dark in there. And when you come out of it, it's planted pines on both sides of the road, big, tall, mature pine trees. And then about waist high, just foliage, different types of brush. And then there'd be a few 8 or 10 foot high little scrub oaks, just little trash trees is what we call them. But you could see a long way in there. You couldn't see ground level. From about waist high down, it was really dense. And when we would get in that we come out of that canopy into that opening, you had probably 100 to 150 yards that it was open, and then you were back in, excuse me, under the canopy again. Well, every time we come through there, I was the only one that was always hit with pine cones. Every time we come through there, and we always had just a really creepy feeling. And one of the times we went, one of the guys that was riding with us had said something about the Sandman. I don't remember the details, but we all joked and laughed about it, and he swore up and down the Sandman was real, and he's like a ghost. He can pop in and pop out, and he hates people, and he goes after humans. Well, they had me convinced that this Sandman would pop in and throw pine cones at me, and so every time you go in there, you could feel the presence of something around you. But none of us had ever heard of Bigfoot. It wasn't something that they didn't have books that I remember. I don't remember anything at all. I never learned about Bigfoot until I think it was about 2012, 2013. It was after my bad encounter when I got to research and trying to find what it was. And I seen the name Bigfoot, and I remember that I heard of it a few years before, but it never interested me. I didn't look into it.
Were you always last in line on riding the bikes?
Yeah, I'm slow. I've got very short legs. I was adopted, and my biological father and his parents, the entire family lineage on that side was Native American. And when that man actually he was married to my mother, my biological mother, and the tribe shunned him because he broke ranks by marrying an outsider, a white person.
Okay.
And so I'm built like an Indian, got the short legs, the ugly feet, and I look like a very dark-skinned person. If I stay in the sun throughout the summer, I literally look black.
I've seen you on your videos. I know what you look like. And hey, Blue Line, Pappy keeps asking me to ask you to tell the story of your bike being stolen.
That was this same area. Me and Mike and his younger brother, Steven. The bicycle I had, it's kind of, I have to tell the story of how we got the bikes for you to understand why this situation didn't make no sense to us. There was a lady in our neighborhood on the beach, and she had a yard sale, and she always had them. But this particular day, we went by there, and she had a couple of really nice bikes, almost brand new, and then she had this beat-up jalopy. It was pieced together. It was rusted, banged up, and just a very worn bicycle. And Mike was trying to get me to go in with him, and we'd get the two new ones, but I didn't have the money at all. I'd get the little bit that I made when I worked on the weekends, and I'd just give it all to my parents to help them with the bills. And so I didn't have anything. Well, Mike got the better looking of the two newer ones. Mm-hmm. And the following day, this was the summertime, school was out. So the following day, we were going down to the beach, and we'd walk down there. And we walked in front of her house, and that real ugly jalopy bicycle was out by the trash, and all kinds of things that she had at the yard sale. She just threw everything out. And so we loaded up. We got all kind of goodies, and I got that bicycle. Well, that was my bike, and it ended up being a very, just a wonderful bike. No problems. That thing lasted forever. But I didn't have to lock it up. If we went into Panama City, which there's a lot of thievery goes on in there, and if you go to one of the Sunshine stores or any of the little supermarkets in the poor side of town, you didn't have a bike when you come out.
Yeah.
And Mike would chain his bike up, and I just lay mine against the side of the building. It didn't have a kickstand, but it was never taken. Nobody ever wanted it. And they bent Mike's seat sideways trying to get his unlocked. And we weren't in the store 5 minutes. They tried to take his, and mine was right beside it, leaning just on the handlebar against the building, and they didn't even touch it. It was so ugly. Well, these are the bikes we had. Mike's younger brother, I think he had a birthday. Something happened, but he got a brand new one of the BMX bikes. So that's what all three of them were. And then Mike had that really nice one that he bought from that yard sale, and I had this jalopy. Well, we rode down that area when you come out from under the canopy on that logging road, where things were always stone. I was always the one targeted every time we went through there. Well, another 100 to 150 yards past that spot, it's really, really pretty. And we went just off the road. We weren't far from it, 35 feet or so, enough that we could still get to the road in a hurry if we needed to. And we had one little pop-up tent, and I think we had picked it up at a yard sale also. But the three of us, me, Mike, and Steve, slept in this tent. Well, all night, we was hearing the twigs snap, hearing movement all around the tent. And this went on throughout the night, but nothing ever came up close. And when you go outside of the tent, the zipper door, a little to the right of the door, there was a pine tree, and I had my bicycle leaning against the pine tree because there was no kickstand on it. And then Mike and Steven, their bikes were just beside mine, but they were standing up, resting against one another. They weren't propped against the tree. They were just supporting each other.
Yeah.
Well, we get up in the morning, go outside of the tent, and their bicycles are still standing there, and mine was gone. The ugly jalopy piece of garbage was gone. And Mike got a kick out of it. They laughed, and I laughed just because they were, but I was really distraught over my bicycle. That's a long way to get back to the house. And so we were going to get on the road and put the tent on the handlebars of Steven's bicycle, and then I was going to double up, and Mike was going to ride me out. Well, we come out of the woods, we packed it up, and right at the side of the road, right at the edge, there's a scrub oak, and it wasn't very tall, 10 or 12 foot, and my bicycle was in the top of this tree.
Oh, my goodness.
And it wasn't thrown up there because it wasn't tangled up in the limbs to where you could imagine it, if someone threw it, it would have tried to fall back to the ground and really got wrapped up in it. It wasn't like that. It was laid on top of the uppermost branch. While the leaves are, it was rested on top of the leaves, just laying there. And there was no damage to it at all. But it was just laying there.
Wow.
And we couldn't understand, how did somebody put it up there?
I'm going to stop you for a second real quick. Hold on 1 second, Don. For you guys that are watching my video, I'm going to show you. Can you see where my satellite dish is? Everybody see the satellite dish? Look directly above the satellite dish to the left of the tree that's gray, the two trees standing side by side. Watch that area. Oops, I just smacked the phone. Twice now I've seen movement back there, both. That one and off to the right. Just watch those two areas. There's something back there, and it keeps moving the trees. Okay, sorry, Don, but I actually think I think we actually have a peeker back here in that wood pile, on the other side of the wood pile, because twice now I've seen a little black pop up. So I'm watching it.
My heart would be pounding right now.
All right.
Every time I get around them, my heart starts racing. I get a lot of anxiety. I'm really scared of them, but I'm so pushed to catch one on video that it's an addiction to go out there. I gotta prove to myself what I caught, what I've seen. I gotta prove it, and I know I've seen it. I've seen them probably a dozen times.
Well, Don, let me just say this. That anxiety feeling that you're calling anxiety, excuse me, I'm not going to, I'm not going to minimize it at all, but I'm just
Oh
saying,
no.
I am fully aware what a full-fledged anxiety attack is because I've had them before.
Oh
This
yeah.
this right here, when they're around, my heart starts pounding like that too. That's one of the ways I know that they are close by. My ears start ringing a little bit and my heart starts pounding. But I turn around and I smile and I say, I know you're here. You better not scare me. And I talk to them and it relieves my, kind of takes that back down a little bit for me. But you're the times that you didn't see them, that nobody can take that away from you. That's not going to ever go away. Okay, that part
No,
will never go
no.
away. When you know they're there and you can't see them, that anxiety you feel will never go away. But
Well,
what you
it's
do
not
with it,
often. Uh, Go ahead. I'm
what
sorry.
you do with it is what's going to make a difference later on. Once you
Oh
know that
yeah.
that's what it is, and if you're able to make light of it or blow it off or talk to them or something to calm yourself, it'll make it a lot easier. But I know for the longest time, any place I went where I knew they were close by, I get that feeling. It was I had to differentiate that and anxiety. Once I could separate them and figured out what it was, it no longer stressed me out, because in the beginning it stressed me out, and physically that kind of stress is dangerous. That just produces so much
Yeah.
cortisol and it raises your blood pressure, can cause all kinds of problems, so there has to be a way to calm the inside, calm yourself when you
Yeah.
know they're there.
It's not like a real panic attack
Right,
from
right.
anxiety. When I broke my neck, I dealt with that for several years,
I'm
and I had to
sure.
be medicated for it. Um, I'm not on any medication now. I've learned how to overcome it,
Amen.
and it's not the same.
And no, it's not.
Um,
That's what I said. Yeah, it's not the
uh,
same. You can kind of, but I don't know any other way to explain it. It's not like being scared by your friends. The feeling's completely different, and it's very, very hard to
yes,
describe to people.
it's a helpless feeling, and it's like with me, I know that if this thing that's making me feel this way, I know the general area where he's at. I can pinpoint it within probably 10 feet of the direction, not the actual, the area where he's standing. But if I were to point within 5 feet either side of where I'm pointing, he's in that slot, somewhere over there.
Yeah.
And I can feel it. I
Yeah.
can feel his eyes on me.
Yep.
But the feeling that I get is if he were to come after me, there's no way out of it. There's absolutely no escape.
I know.
And that's the feeling that I get, and for me, it's a helpless feeling. I've dealt with a lot in my life. I had to go through an exorcism, a minor rites exorcism, and I remember when that thing coming to me, I was speaking in a voice that I cannot mimic. I cannot reproduce a sound that deep, and it almost sounded like two tones at the same time was coming out of my mouth.
Yeah.
But I had no control over what was being said, and it was not English. It was just gibberish. But I knew whatever it was bad, and I could see what was happening. But it was like I was looking through these long glass pipes, like I was way back inside of my head looking through these little windows at what was going on. I had no control over it. And when that happened, I heard a hissing the entire time. Every time this thing would flare up in me. And my eyes would get ice cold. They would burn in water. They were so frigid cold. And I firmly believed that ice cold air was coming from inside of my head and blowing out through my eyes. And that's what was making my eyes so cold. But it only happened when this thing would come out in these outbursts. And it took a lot. My fifth attempt of getting help, everybody kept referring to the emergency room, and I wasn't sick.
Right.
I had something attached to me, and finally, my sister, God bless her, her and her husband, they had a house that they were selling, and she said, meet me at the house. It was vacant, nothing in it. I went there, they laid hands on me and started praying in tongues and just doing all kind of things, and this anger erupted, and I wanted to strike both of them down, and I fought it, and then I got this horrible stench, like when somebody passes wind, and it just engulfed me, and then it felt like somebody peeled my skin off, like the whole front side of me, from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. It didn't hurt, but it felt like duct tape was being peeled off of me.
Dear
And
Jesus.
immediately it was gone, and there was no electricity in the house, and the whole room lit up like somebody turned the light on. And I had a smell of like honeysuckles, but not quite honeysuckle, but very close to it, and it was gone. And I know what that was. But this thing, what it puts off, it's not negative, the feeling like I was getting when I went through that ordeal. It was nothing like that, but it's not a good feeling.
No, I
getting
can.
from them either. It's not a, come and let's play flapperjacks. It was every time it's different, and I don't know what it is. I know it's not human, and that I don't know if that's what really scares me so bad, but it's not scaring me these days to the point that I leave. I won't leave the woods. I may avoid that area. I'll back out, go a little further down, but I don't go to the vehicle and immediately leave like I used to. And 2 years ago, when it would happen, I would get into the truck. I was out of there, done with it. And they throw things at me. Earlier this year, before this garbage that's happening now, before they shut everything down, that area was open. And I went in there and went for a walk, and I ended up way in the back, which is near the swamp. And I heard, I was filming, and I heard a limb coming through the tree limbs. I'm sorry about the beeping.
That's fine.
One of my wife's friends is trying to call through. But I could hear this branch fly in my direction, and you could hear it coming through the treetop. And before I could spin around to see it, it hit a tree off to my left side, and part of it broke off, the limb that was thrown.
Yeah.
It wasn't thrown at me. They never hit me. It's always thrown close to me, like in my direction, but not directly at me. Now the acorns, I'm always hit with acorns. I mean, it's almost every time I go out, but it don't bother me. They're not throwing them hard.
Yeah.
It's like they're tossing them.
Yeah.
But this thing, it hit the tree, and the piece that broke off hit me, and that scared me. And I did end up leaving. I filmed it and showed where it was, and the longer I stayed there, the more my mind was working on me. And, your brain is your worst enemy.
Yeah.
And it was eating at me. And finally, I said, I got to go. I can't do this. Because the one that I heard, there's a little trail in there, and we made it, oh, geez. I cut that trail with a machete. I think I was about 18 years old. And now a lot of people hunt that area. And it used to only be 3 of us for the longest time. And it started growing back up, and somebody went in there and really opened up that trail. So it's not a little path, like a game path, like it used to be. Now it's about 5 foot wide.
Did they throw that log thing at you? Did they throw it up in the air and it came through the trees, or from ground level?
No, I heard it as it was coming down. I could hear it coming through the limbs, and it was quite a ways behind me. He had to have been, I don't know. I have no idea the distance he was.
So he
but when I heard it, it was back probably 50 yards behind me, and it was coming so fast, and each time it went through the leaves of the treetops, it was getting louder, and there was no mistaking that it was coming my direction. And by the time I spun around, I got turned just enough that I seen it when it hit the tree that was off to my side. There's a tree left of me, and that's while my back was facing the direction this log came. The tree was off to my left, and it hit that tree. And a piece of it, the end piece, broke off, and that piece hit me.
Ah, gotcha.
That I don't think they were throwing it at me.
No, you
they never,
explained that really well, because I can actually physically see, you know, what happened. You know.
were they out there in the swamp? It's not every time that you go out a hunt in the swamp or right there at the swamp's edge. That's where I stay and hunt and see. And almost every time that I go, you will have a limb just fall out of a tree, a piece of a limb. But if it goes through the leaves, it's rapid. You'll hear the as it hits the individual piles of leaves, it's just kind of a boom, and it's on the ground.
Yeah.
But you can pinpoint that it's definitely going downward, straight down. You can, because the sound is going with it. This one that was coming behind me, it was off at a distance, and I heard it just for a second break the leaves, and then nothing. And within 2 seconds tops, it was going through the leaves again, and then it was just steady ripping through the leaves, coming toward me. And when I turned, I seen it. It wasn't flipping end over end. It was flipping sideways. Like if it were to be a frisbee, you know how you throw a frisbee and it's,
Right.
what would that be? Horizontal.
Yeah.
It was flying horizontally, and it was spinning. It was flipping end over end, but horizontally.
Wow.
And when it hit that tree, I seen it about probably 10 feet before it actually impacted the tree, is what I called it. And it hit the tree, and that piece, it come at me so fast, I didn't have any time to react. It was, it's like it hit me the same time that I was hearing the impact. It had already hit me also, but it definitely came from that piece because I seen it as it came.
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, if you take a nice chunk of wood and try to throw it horizontal, I mean, think about that, where it would flip end over end. Just, I've done that with small sticks. They don't do that. You know what I mean? Imagine the power they have to have.
You can do it. I've done it when we hog hunt, because the pigs get in the palmettos down here.
Yeah.
And you know how they are. You can't even think about a palmetto and without it making a noise.
Right.
They're so loud. With the wild pigs, they bed in them for that reason. If anything comes through them palmettos, they're alerted and they escape. And so we would find deadfall, stuff about an inch in diameter, 3 or 4 feet long, and you throw it sideways so it kind of grazes, like it mows over the top of the palmettos, and it makes a heck of a racket. And it'll flush the pigs out. And then we know where they're at, because they only run about 50 yards and they stop.
Yeah.
And then we know where they're at, and then we can make a plan to get to them. But
right.
The size of this thing that was thrown, I don't think there's a man on the planet that could throw something that size. And the trajectory, it wasn't coming downward. I mean, it was coming down. Don't get me wrong. But at the height where it hit, it should have been falling straight down. But it still had, if that tree wouldn't have been there, it would have probably went about 40 or 50 feet past me before it landed.
Wow.
Because it hit, I'm guessing about between 12 and 15 foot up is where it hit.
Yeah. I've had things tossed my direction. That's what kind of gave me permission, I guess, when I went up to the property that Sandy now owns alone. When we went out and asked, while the guys were standing there talking about numbers, Sandy and I had gone out into the woods, and I had asked their permission, the big guy's permission, to go onto the property. And a pine cone got thrown between my feet. Now you're just standing there, You know, your feet aren't, 25 inches apart, for crying out loud. They're pretty close together when
Oh,
you're just standing.
oh yeah.
And they landed perfectly between my feet. And I looked up and I said, "Did you throw a pine cone at me?" Talking to Sandy, and she goes, "Well, where's a pine tree?" And they were all oaks and ashes right where we were at. There were no pine trees. And I was like, yeah, good question. Are you there? Oh, I think we just lost him. Dang it. Ah, hold on. Phone just dropped the call, guys. Sorry. Hold on a second. Hopefully he calls back. If not, I'll call him back. Dagnabbit. I'll just give him a second. Yeah. No, we drop calls out here all the time. I'm in the boonies. Here we go. You're back.
Yes, I'm back. I don't know what that was.
That's my phone.
It gave me the tone, like the emergency alerts you get on your phone.
Yeah.
That was the tone I got when this call dropped.
Yeah, well, that happens to me a lot. So it's my phone, not yours. It's okay.
Well, that's finally. It's usually my phone, but I'm glad it's not for once.
Yeah, out here, I mean, but a lot of times when I have somebody on, we've had quite a few times where I've dropped calls. So it's my areas, because even where I used to live before this, it was still kind of out in the boonies. We're a little bit further out than that now, but at least I have service. So. All right,
That's
so
right.
let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a face-to-face?
Yes, several.
What was your first face-to-face, if you don't mind?
That one, I don't remember the year, but that's the one I was 16 or 17 years old.
Well, wait a minute. Was that the one that terrified you?
No. I
Okay.
mean, it scared me,
Okay.
but it didn't. This one didn't change my life. It
Okay.
didn't. I still went back in the woods. I hunted. I was creeped out.
Okay.
The
I just want to
few
make sure.
months following it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not the one that because I don't want you to do that. I mean, we can do that another time or something. I just, we're just gonna have a conversation tonight. If you want to come back another time and when you get more comfortable and stuff like that, that's fine. You're now part of this. You're now part of this family. Everybody here
Thank you.
will treat you with the utmost respect, or else, and you don't have to worry about that because they do anyway. But so you're welcome to come back anytime. But I'd like to hear, about your face-to-face. You and I discussed this earlier about mine.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear about yours.
And I'm gonna throw something in for this one.
See, somebody doesn't like it when we talk.
Yeah, I have a feeling I know
Yeah.
who they are.
Yeah. Okay, we're back. You can go ahead now.
But the area, the encounter that you're speaking of, within a mile of that area, there is an abandoned shrimp farm. It's right on the bay, and West Bay, if any of you guys are, or if you're familiar with Panama City Beach area.
Yeah.
The shrimp farm, they built these levees around these two huge reservoirs, and they maintained them with water, and they raised shrimp in it, and they shipped them throughout the world. But the shrimp business was a cover-up for a drug business, and they got shut down.
Oh, nice.
So it was abandoned, and there were piles and just mountains of shrimp nets in there, very expensive shrimp nets. But through the years of sitting, they weren't any good any longer. They were, the sun had done destroyed them. And there were the big 18-wheeler, the Connex boxes, but they were still on the trailers, 18-wheeler trailers. There were several of them, a lot of machinery, and a big vacant building. Well, we would go, and where the building was, people have stolen the big roll-up doors that had been on it. So the one facing north, if you sat there in that open door, 20 feet in front of you was the seawall to the bay, and really deep right there. And that's where the boats would tie up, and they would offload and load them up. Well, we would build fires out of the old nets, and all of my buddies from school, some nights there'd be 20 of us out there. and we would just have a shindig. As teenagers in high school, somebody always brought the beer, and that's all we did. There weren't no drugs. It was all beer. We'd get out there and play the radio, and everybody'd sing, and it was a good time. We sounded like a bunch of sickened idiots, but it was a good time. But I was bringing my motorcycle. I had an enduro bike at the time, and I had a friend on the back, and he had a backpack on, and we had a 12-pack of beer Mama got for us. And so we were headed out there to meet the rest of the crew, and there's, that night there's probably between 15 and 20 people out there. And as we were going down the dirt road, the logging roads to get to this place, it wasn't dark enough that you needed the headlights, but if we were on the highway, due to Florida law, we would have had to have them on, but they weren't needed yet. And so I didn't have the lights on, and we're going down this trail at about 15, maybe 20 miles an hour because it's sandy, and you can't go too slow, but you can't go too fast, or you'll certainly be eating it.
Yeah, right.
And just maintaining speed. And something hit the back tire of the bike, and it knocked the back end over probably 2 feet. And we hit the ground, and we wiped out. Well, we got up and was trying to find what hit it, because there was nothing on the road. It was white sand. There was absolutely nothing. And it was a really hard impact. And it hit hard enough that my left hand was knocked off the grip. And I think that's the only reason we wrecked. I shouldn't have wrecked if I'd have had both a good grip on it, and I didn't. Well, we go back, and there's nothing in the road. And it was roughed up pretty good where it was hit. And you could see where the tire was knocked sideways. It just gouged the sand out.
Dang.
Well, we loaded up real quick, got everything packed up, and we took off again. Well, we get over to the shrimp farm, and everybody's there. Nobody brought beer. The designated guys that were bringing the beer, they showed up with nothing. They all got money, but nobody has anything. And we're the only ones. We have a 12-pack, and there's close to 20 people here.
Oh, gosh.
And so they got the fire going, and a couple of people stayed. It was a couple of the girls that were there. They stayed to watch the fire so it didn't get out of control. And we took off in the trucks, and I think there were 6 or 7 trucks and a couple of little cars. Well, everybody took off, and we had to go find a store that would sell to us, because we were all minors, all of us between 17 and 19 years old. Well, as we're going down, coming out of the shrimp farm, it's a straight shot, that dirt road, to Highway 79. If you come to Panama City Beach, you have to take Highway 98 on the east end, and you cross Hathaway Bridge to get there, or you take Highway 79 and you cross West Bay Bridge to get there. And then they have Highway 98 on the west end. That's the only 3 ways to get onto the beach, period. It's an island. Well, this dirt road went straight down the power lines to Highway 79, and then we take a left, and a couple of miles down, we're at the beach. Well, as we're going, there's eyes, glowing eyes, on the left side of the road, and there were a bunch of them. It looked like around 15 different animals with these bright yellow amber eyes, like a yellow with a hint of orange. Really pretty, but bright glowing. And it wasn't from the headlights. The vehicle I was in, we were probably the 4th or 5th vehicle back, and I was seeing them I seen them before we got to them. But when they were directly on my side of the truck, I looked out the window, and there was no light on them, and they were still glowing. And they had a vertical pupil, solid blacked out area that was vertical. the rest of the eye was glowing. The pupil was not, but everything else was.
Wow.
Well, when we got to the store, Craig, he was one of my friends. He was in a different truck. He said, "Did y'all see those cat people?" And everybody's seen them. We've seen the eyes, most of us, but a few of them actually seen the things that these eyes were on. And Craig said that they're cat people. And well, we got what we came for, and everybody got back together, and we took off, headed back to the shrimp farm. And probably 45 minutes after we had left, we're coming down that logging road, and they're on both sides of the road in the same area. And when we got up, the guy that I was with, he had turned his high beams on. And we had to stay back a little ways because there was so much dust off the vehicle ahead of us.
Yeah.
And so we kind of backed off. And when we come through there, these things were on 2 feet. They looked like people, but no clothes on, but they had hair over their entire body, and it was all the same length, very short, but they were all like a uniform color. And I don't know if it was an orange or a buckskin color, but it was very uniform, and you could see them through the dust, but it wasn't so clear that you could make out the fine detail. But he took off. He got on the gas, and a few of them that were on my side, one of them ran across in front of us, and we were feet from hitting him. But 2 of them were running beside the truck, and when I was looking out at them, one was looking straight ahead, and the other one was looking straight at me while they were running. And then they took off and went way ahead of us, and we never seen them again. But their eyes had a pupil like a goat that slit, or like a cat.
Yeah.
And they didn't look like cats. I did not see pointed ears on any of them, but Craig swears up and down that what he's seen, it had a face of a cat. But I know the eyes were. But what I've seen, it looked like they didn't have much of a nose, but you could see the nostril holes. They had 2 nostril holes, and they had a nose it looked like what ours would look, but really close to the face and kind of wide. But you could see the nostrils with them looking right at us. You could see the hole of the nostril, like it was turned upward a little bit.
Yeah. Hang on one second. I'm going to have my husband go out and put a light out. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, Donnie. I didn't mean to be rude. I just didn't want him to take his shoes off before I had him go outside. It's getting dark.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, hold on. My stupid phone is starting to buffer again. Hold on. God bless America. This happens when they get close by.
Oh, wow.
When they get too close to the house, I buffer like crazy.
When I do the live streams, this place up here real close to where we live, the live streams are so clear and just perfect until you start getting that feeling. And I never connected the 2. But the minute you start getting that feeling, and there's one near you, before any sounds are made,
Yep.
that buffering starts.
Yep.
And that's when I keep getting an alert for the signal's bad, but it's showing a full signal, a full 5-band signal, but I'll get an alert that the signal's dropped. And I don't know why that is, but no, I believe it. I absolutely believe it has something to do with these things.
Oh, honey? Denny? Are you going to put
Yeah.
that on the pole? Oh, cool. He's so cute. It says I'm buffering. I mean, it's just rolling and rolling and rolling, but can you guys still hear me? Or can you still hear us talking? This is making me crazy.
I can't see my screen because I'm on the phone that I use to do my YouTube.
Wow. Well, I just have this. It's just rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. This is just freaky. Okay, so now we have the light on. Thank you, baby. I didn't want him to get his shoes off and comfortable before I sent him back outside. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I apologize.
No, don't worry about it. That's what family does.
Yeah.
We do the weird things.
And it's gonna be the picture is kind of weird because there is a screen here, and I haven't gotten a way to set this up yet. I'll figure it out eventually so it can go back to normal. But in the meantime, okay, where were you? You were going to get some beer, and you saw the eyes and the cat or the stand-up people.
Yeah, when we got back to the actual structure of the shrimp farm, the time we parked and got up with the rest of the crowd, everybody was already talking about those things, those cat people.
Yeah.
And they didn't look like a cat at all to me, but they had the eyes of the cat. But abnormally large for their face.
Yeah.
Just like putting an adult's eyes on an 8-year-old kid, it's what it looked like. They were too big for the face.
Wow.
But they didn't come up. While we were all there, and we ended up, everybody was drinking beer, and then the music started, and so everybody forgot about it. But whenever you'd have to walk away from the fire to go relieve yourself, we had a few girls there with us, and so we didn't do it right there at the fire. We walked back where these big 18-wheeler trailers were parked, which was probably 100 feet from the fire.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other side of that, that's the direction that we seen them things.
Wow.
And we'd walk back there to relieve ourselves. A couple of people went by themselves, and I didn't. I waited till somebody else went, and then I followed them. But when you got over there, you would get that feeling that you knew that somebody was watching you. You knew they were out there, but you couldn't tell where, and we couldn't see them. It's really dark behind the trailers, and there wasn't any sounds. Everything was quiet. But around midnight, the ones that were staying, they got their sleeping bags out. We got all our stuff put out, and everybody else left. So there's only 10 of us, maybe, that stayed, and we didn't use a tent because we were in this big building, but it didn't have no bay doors on it. It was open on all 4 sides.
Yeah.
It was like a pole barn with partial walls at the corners.
Yeah.
Well, we laid there. We had a fire inside of there on the concrete, so we just laid our sleeping bags around the fire. And when it started dying down, probably, I'm guessing, a half hour to 45 minutes after everybody laid down and the talking stopped, then we started hearing sounds. It started, you could hear the gravel. There's an old asphalt parking area, but it looks like they only poured one really thin layer, so it's really busted up. The majority of it's busted up, but there's gravel scattered all over the top of it, and you could hear the gravel where something or somebody was coming around the building. But the fire was so small, everything was cast in darkness. And we heard I don't know how to describe the sound, but if you were to take two rocks, and if you could tap them together at like a supersonic speed, a brrr, super, super fast, that's what it sounded like a clattering, a really, really fast clattering. It was not loud, but you could definitely hear it. It was not a whisper either, but you could hear it coming from outside one of the bay doors.
Ooh.
And it would stop, and then you'd get another one, the same thing, but it would come from the opposite side of the building, outside of those doors. And this was going on all night, and you'd hear them walk around, and right before they get into the clearing of the door, they would stop, just to the point you couldn't see them. They wouldn't step out. And if they would have stepped out, we would have seen them over the water, because it had a little bit of moonlight. It wasn't much, but we would have seen them if they would have walked in the open. But somehow they got past the door to get to the next one, and none of us seen it. And we were all awake, looking. Everybody was creeped out, and I think there were 2 guns that were brought, and they were in the trucks of the guys that brought them. I didn't have a gun, but the guys that did left them in the trucks, and that was out by these big 18-wheeler trailers. So we had no way to get to them. These things are right here on us. But this went on all night, and then we get this like a gurgling. You hear that, and I don't know if it could have been some type of growl, but it didn't sound like a growl. It sounded like like somebody gargling mouthwash, but it was like muffled. But it was loud. It was louder than that clattering sound.
I've never heard that
We
before.
hear that.
I've never heard that before. I've heard them. Well, I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about cat people, and I've never heard about cat people. And I know that the Sassies in Honabee and the ones up on the property and the ones here, they have their eyes are like cat eyes. They're shaped that direction. I took a picture of it just last week, one, outside my window, and you can clearly see the shape of the eyes look like cat eyes, but it was definitely a Sassy, and
it had the pupils, the up and down pupils too.
no, didn't have up and down pupils, had regular pupils, but the shape of the eyes were not round, the actual shape of the eye. They were cat shaped, so
these were round. They're like human eyes, but the pupil was vertical like a cat.
I met a guy when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. I met a guy who had eyes like that. He freaked everybody. Literally freaked out everybody. And he was born that way. It wasn't by accident. He was born that way.
Wow. Yeah, that would definitely freak me out.
It freaked me out because when he closed his eyes, it almost looked like a film went over it, and I about lost it. I think I was 15 at the time.
That's strange.
Yeah, freaky, absolutely freaky. Well, you're okay. So you see these.
Yeah, that was the only time that we seen them, but there were so many of us, and everybody seen them except for the girls that stayed behind at the fire. And when we got back, they weren't outside the bay door by the big fire. They were inside the building. They were hearing noises. They didn't see anything, but they were hearing noises, and everybody was talking about what they were calling cat people. I don't know what they were. The only thing on them that resembled a cat was the pupil, that vertical pupil. That was it.
That's just weird. That's just
I don't
freaky.
know. They weren't long, shaggy haired. The hair was really, really short, but they were covered. The entire body was covered. And when they were standing there, the ones that I could see, I couldn't see all of them. I could see the eyes from all of them, because the eyes were glowing. But the ones that were in the edge of the lights, from the headlights, the ones that were standing there, they, have you seen the guys that, I'm trying to think of the term I want to use. Usually you get these these kids that are born into a very wealthy family. They never have to work, and they don't do anything. They play video games, and everything's given to them. They dress really nice, but they're really poor framed because they don't do anything physical. But when they stand with their arms at their side, they got their elbows bent
Oh, yes.
90 degrees,
Yes, I've
and their
seen that.
hands are hanging down
Yeah.
like we used to call them the gays. And they weren't all that way, but that's back in the day. That was the term that was used by everybody.
Yeah.
But it's usually the guys that were like that, they did have a feminine trait to them. They were very soft. A lot of them were wonderful people, but they didn't have that huskiness like most guys do, and their hands would hang like really limp, like the tendons were all cut or something, but they just stand around with their hands hanging down. That's the way these things were standing, the ones that we could see.
It's
And
freaky.
it was just the strangest thing, and it looked like they had 5 fingers. It wasn't 3. They definitely had more than 3. But it was just odd. And where they were at, nobody in their right mind would have come out there without a light, because there's so many water moccasins. That area is horrible. Water moccasins and wild hogs. It is just, it's a nasty place to be.
Yeah. I'm familiar. I lived in Florida for quite a while, for 20 years. I'm familiar with that. It's. And to answer your question, Filmer, no, absolutely not. I don't think so. But anyway, I can't imagine. I can't imagine seeing something. It's one thing to see, even after your first sighting. It's one thing to see a Sasquatch, you know, and recognize that you've seen a Sasquatch. To see some of this other stuff that you've been seeing, you know, it's mind-boggling. And you're not the only one. Tex, you know, has seen multiple things. I know quite a few people that have seen things out there in the woods that, you know, even Tony that's on here, you know, they've seen things out there that just don't fit the bill, you know, and you gotta wonder.
Yes.
You just gotta wonder.
Well, that, what I was explaining to you about the thing at the property that I seen when I was in the ladder stand, that clear thing.
Yeah.
That following month, in this area where I do most of my filming at.
Well, wait a minute.
I also hunt that area.
You didn't tell them about it. You told me about it. Now you're
I'm sorry.
now you're gonna have to tell them that story.
Oh, that's no problem. We've got a 10-acre parcel that's just a few miles north of us, but it's 9.5 miles off of the highway. And there's one neighbor that you have to pass in order to get to our property. And the road that goes to our property, where it stops and our property starts, it's our driveway. So basically the road is our driveway. And it's dirt. It's all dirt roads.
Yes, Filmer.
Well, on this property, we have deer, and we put minerals, trace minerals, and a lot of high nutrition pelleted deer feed out there, not to hunt them, but to bring nourishment, especially to the does, because they were so poor. When we first got the property, a lot of them looked like they were literally starving to death.
Yeah.
And so we're putting the minerals out for that, for them. And we had a problem with poaching. We got that taken care of. Well, we had 2 deer that we kept catching on camera, and one of them, he was a buck, and he was attacking the does and the yearlings and the fawns. And when I had the camera that was by the feeder, that one we put on to where it would record 10-second video clips. And then it would let 2 minutes go by, and if there was movement, it would record 10 seconds again. And we had several on there of this buck attacking. When the doe would come in with her 2 babies, this buck would attack her. And then we got one on camera where he had his head tossed up and the fawn was in the air. He hooked the fawn with either his horns or his nose, and he threw the fawn.
Ooh.
And he didn't kill it, but we decided we were going to harvest that deer and get him out of there. And then we had one that we believed had the chronic wasting disease, and we showed the pictures and video to our local game warden, and they advised us that we needed to eradicate that deer and then turn him in to them where they could run the test on it to see if that was what the case is. We never did get that one. The other one we did get. But before we got him, I set up, had a ladder stand in there, and I climbed up the ladder stand. And the ladder stand was set to where when you were sitting in the seat, straight in front of you was due west. And the game trail came in directly in front of you. It's about 45 feet, maybe 50 feet to the adjacent property line. So when the deer would come in to feed, you just had to be there because they started about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The two that we were after to eliminate from the property, they would come in, and it started at 4. Between 4 and 8 was when they were in there heavy. And so the plans were to get up there and get these 2 deer taken out, get them off the property. Well, I got there close to 2 o'clock and in the afternoon, and I got in my stand, and I'm watching that trail. There's a pine tree in front of me, around 15 to 18 feet, pretty close. But it's off. It doesn't block my view of the trail. It's off to the left side. But as I'm facing the trail, it's just right there. It's not 5 feet off of view of the trail. There's a limb that comes out of that pond, and it goes straight north. So I'm looking under that limb to watch the game trail. And I kept hearing the bark of that pine tree. That's the cracking of the bark. And I thought there was a lizard on the tree, because the pine tree, if you touch it with your pinky finger, the bark crunches. It's very loud. And the lizards, you can hear them when they're on the trees. You can hear them from quite a ways off. It's really loud as they're climbing them. And I kept hearing it, but I could not spot that lizard. And I just about pinned down the area where he should have been, but I couldn't see him. And I got to thinking it's probably a pine beetle, and he's born into that tree, and that's what I'm hearing. And every once in a while, I'd see little pieces of bark fall to the ground. Well, I'm watching that trail, and that limb coming off that pine tree, just about 2 feet above it, I see a spark. It looked like the sparks off the sparkler, the little sparklers that you get your children for the 4th of July. It looked like one of them sparks. It was just a flash, a small flash. And it was not a glow fly, but that's what I thought, that I just happened to see a glow fly. And so I shifted my eyes over, looking for a glow fly, and I didn't see anything. And this is just a little bit after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and very, very clear. I could, at that short a distance, if there was a glow fly, I would have seen him. There was nothing there, and I kept seeing. When I looked back to the trail, I would see a. excuse me. I'd see doggone it, a glimmer, a shimmer.
Yeah.
Like a shimmer, like a water shimmering. And I was trying to pinpoint where I'm seeing this little shimmering and flashing effect, and something moved on that limb a couple of feet above it. And when it moved, I made out the outline of what appeared to be a small child, probably 8 years old, 4 foot, 4.5 foot. And as I followed the outline around, then I could see the entire body. And this thing he was standing on that limb, about 1.5 feet out from the tree, but he was squatted down like the Oriental people when you see them squatting down and they're eating their bowl of rice and soup.
Uh-huh.
They squat so low that their rear end is almost touching the ground. That's the way this thing was standing on this tree limb. But his feet looked like hands like a chimpanzee. They were wrapped around the tree. They were holding that limb. And he had his arms, both arms were at his side, and he was holding the tree limb he was standing on. And he let go of it with his right hand. And when he let go and started raising his hand up, I seen the fingers. And he moved up and he grabbed the main part of the tree. He just reached up and put his hand on it. The bark crunched, and I seen pieces of bark fall where he grabbed it.
Wow.
And I could not make out fur or hair. He looked the outline was very slick, like there was no hair whatsoever. It was very, very slick. I did not see genitals that would suggest a male. I don't know if he had any, or it could have been a female. If he were a male, I would have definitely seen him, because I could see the bottom of his rear end. I could see between his rear end and the tree limb. It was only maybe 3 inches, but I could see past him. But looking directly at him gave me the impression I was looking through water. And your vision's a little bit distorted. And when it moved its arm, there was a lot of distortion as his arm moved, and he grabbed that tree. When that happened, I came down out of that stand as fast as I could get to the ground. And I took about 10 or 15 steps away from it, headed back to my truck, and I turned back to look because I wanted to make sure he wasn't following me. And I lost him. I couldn't see him.
Oh, wow.
And I probably could have if I stayed there and focused on that area, because I don't believe he came down. But I did not see him, and I was not sticking around to try to find him. I made a beeline for the truck, and I got out of there. Well, about a month after that, this was in January, I believe 2 years ago. The following month, February, I went hunting. A few guys that have been to my channel, I've got videos where I've been going out trying to catch one of the big guys on film. And I've got a lot of evidence that I've gotten, but it's not the same as actually getting the animal or the being, whatever it is. It's not the same. You know, hearing them and having things thrown is not the same as catching him on video.
Yeah.
But that area, I got to paint a picture of where I was at. I got a chair, and I carry it on my back. It's 4.2 pounds, I believe. It's really, really light. And when I find where I want to sit to hunt, I put this chair against the tree, and it has no legs on it. It's just the seat and the back, and they fold together. Well, it's got a strap, a real heavy strap. You put it around the tree, and it hooks onto the frame of the chair.
Yeah.
It's got a little frame about 4 inches wide that runs vertically in the very center of the back, and it has teeth that dig into the tree. Well, you strap it together, and then you unfold it, and when you sit on it, it's the most comfortable chair I have ever had my rear end on, including the lazy boy. Amazingly comfortable, and I think that's why they're $100 because of that. But it was the best investment that I've ever made for my hunting gear. Well, I got this chair. I got it on a pine tree. In this area where I'm sitting, I'm facing due north, and about, I want to say 15 feet in front of me, I'm in the planted pines, and they're in rows. These rows run east to west. And so I've got 2 rows between me and the logging road. and I think the rows are around 6 to 8 feet apart from one another. They're pretty close. And this logging road, when they come in and cut the timber out, these are the roads they use, but they don't allow people to drive in there. It's foot traffic only. Well, I'm facing this road, and the road I'm facing, it's 2 pine rows in front of me. It also runs east to west. On the other side of it, there's a road that heads due north and just a couple hundred yards, and it curves back to the east, and then it comes back and it ties into that road again. It looks like a horseshoe on a map.
Yeah.
And we call it the horseshoe road. Well, I was sitting to where I could watch the main logging road, and I can watch down that horseshoe road. And to the as I'm sitting facing that horseshoe road, to the right, 20 to 30 feet, there's a very heavily used game trail that comes out of that block of woods onto the logging road. And I can see down it just 15 feet or so. I can't see far down that one. My main objective is to look down the horseshoe road and catch the deer when they cross, or down the main road, the logging road. Well, I heard somebody coming, and this is during the daytime. This is afternoon, and I could hear footsteps. This road has this, it's not grass, it's some type of sawgrass, I guess. It's about knee high. And it's very hard to walk on. If you travel down it for hunting, you have to do it early morning when the dew's out, or
Right.
it's very crunchy.
Right, yeah.
Like, kind of like dry leaves. Not quite that loud, but it's loud enough the game will hear you. Well, I'm hear footfall coming down that road toward me. And I know where it's at because I'm following the sound, but there's nothing there. And so I started watching this sawgrass stuff to see if maybe an armadillo or some type of wildlife is coming through it. And I'm not seeing anything. And then I see that sawgrass move.
Oh boy.
But there's no animal. And then a few feet in front of it, I seen it move again, but I actually seen it compress. Something stepped on it. And I'm following. I can look ahead about where the next step should be, and sure enough, it would compress with the weight of like a foot stepping on it. When it got not quite in front of me, but as it's approaching me, it doesn't see me. I'm off to its right side. As it's coming in, it had that glitter effect to it, and I seen the entire outline. And as he moved, he stood out like a sore thumb. I mean, and the same thing what I saw at our property. This thing was probably 4.5 feet in height, built like a child. No fur, very slick outline, very hard outline. But it was see-through. It was clear. And as it moved past me, I was watching it, and I immediately remembered the one at the property from the previous month. And I was thinking that somehow this thing followed me.
Oh boy.
And then I started thinking it's of the paranormal. It's hopefully not attached to me again. And all that was going through my head. And as it got past me, it walked past the horseshoe road, and it turned to go down the game trail. And we have these weeds down here, and they'll get 7 or 8 foot tall. And while they're green, they're very flimsy. You can move them around. They're very soft. They don't have leaves. They kind of have like a fern, I guess, or a spruce. It sort of looks like that, but it's a weed. But within a couple of months, they die, and then they're very brittle. You go to move them, they just snap off. And as this thing turned, it turned onto the game trail. I seen its arm move out to the side, and it grabbed one of these limbs, these weeds. And when this thing got up to it, it leaned over, and it reached out with one hand, and it laid its hand on that tree, and it stepped over that log. And then it stood back upright and continued, and then it got out of sight. I could still hear it moving, but I couldn't see it no more because of the trees. And I got my stuff together, and I left.
Good
And
grief.
it was I didn't go back in there that hunting season. That scared me. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think that would scare anybody. It's like I said before, you know, when you and I were talking, it's one thing to have a face-to-face or even a 40-yard or 150-yard, you know, encounter, you know, and whether they growl at you or throw things at you or whatever, you're seeing it. But when you don't see it, and then, you know, that's a different kind of fear completely. But then you see it, but you don't see it, but you see it, like what you're talking about. That kind of stuff is unnerving, you know.
It is. And my mind kept telling me that it was dark. It wasn't of the light. This was a dark creation. I got that feeling off of it. And I didn't feel, when I seen it, I didn't feel it until it got almost straight in front of me. And that's when the feeling hit me. And once it turned and went down the game trail, it wasn't long and the feeling went away. But I was still very, very spooked. And that was it. I called it a day, and I was out of there. And I called Kim and told her that I seen another one of the invisible things. And I talked to a man here that he investigates the Sasquatch beings. And he had a lot of good information. Some of it I'm not so sure about.
Night filmer.
But I told him about seeing these things that were invisible. And he cut me off and told me about a case he worked that this man had seen. He's got these creatures on his property, and he described the exact same thing that I was seeing. And that was confirmation for me that this thing was real. But he described the height, the way it moved, the way it looked, and he nailed it. And I never explained that to him. And he wouldn't have known if someone else didn't tell him or if he didn't see it himself. But he claims a guy in Alabama, not far from here, had the same encounter, but it's on the property that he lives on.
Well, you know, for years, especially when I first started this, I remember my first interview with DDoS, you know, at the BDRP. And him and I were talking, and he was asking me about the cloaking and stuff like that. And I just said, you know, I'm not going to discount what people see, you know, or what, you know, they know, because I haven't experienced it. But everything that I've seen so far has been, to me, flesh and blood, you know.
Yes, with the big guys,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
in straight agreement with you.
Yeah,
no
and then I don't remember who. I think it was one of Daniela's on her hidden. I think it was on one of hers where a gentleman was on. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, but he was explaining that they weren't sassies. They were something else. And that he said that he doesn't believe they're sassies at all, that they're a different type of being. And he thinks those are the ones that are more, I guess in his opinion, alienish, you know, in nature. And I just got to the point, you know, where I got confused. And I say this on my channel all the time, I'm never going to call anybody a liar because I'm not there. You know, I don't have your eyes. You know, I'm not you. I'm not in the position you're in. I have never been in the position that you're in. So I can never call you a liar. But I've never seen anything like this, you know, like that before. And I think the more I think about it, the worse it gets for me. Because I can't imagine how many other things are out there that we just don't know about. And the Bible clearly talks about the things that are hidden. You know, the Bible clearly talks about things that are hidden.
Yeah. A friend of ours that goes to the same church that we do, he knows about them. I share all these encounters I've had with him, and he's got some of the big guys on his property, and he talks about some other things that I don't know what he's talking about, but it made a lot of sense. But I don't know what they are. A light creature.
Yeah.
But I was telling him about it, and he said the further that you get in your faith, the further you build that connection, the more that your eyes are going to be open, your spiritual eyes. And discernment, all of this will come with discernment.
Right, exactly.
And how can you protect yourself and know that you're not going into a spiritually bad situation if you cannot see the things that await you?
Well, yeah, right.
It made so much sense to me.
If you talk to Martha, Martha will tell you she studies the things that she study your keep your friends close but keep your enemies closer. Know your enemy. If you're going to read the Bible, you gotta, and if you're going to take the good scripture into consideration, and take it as gospel, then you got to take the bad too. So when I'm reading and I'm learning, and you and I talked about the word discernment, and like I said, I had asked the Lord a long time ago, and when I started getting shown things, I said, no, I don't think I want this anymore. And probably because of my upbringing, probably because of all the drama and trauma that I suffered, growing up as a kid.
Of course.
But at this point, I think that I honestly believe, and I agree with you, Mid. We are spiritual. We're physical, we're flesh and blood, but we're also spiritual. Okay.
Yes.
And at this point, what I think that if I told the Lord that I was ready for anything that he could throw at me because I wanted to know, I think that I would end up in a rubber room somewhere, because I know for a fact that I am not ready for some of this stuff, because you guys that have had these encounters, and I know it creates a lot of PTSD. I'm not at the point, I can handle a phone call, and I can handle, people calling me that are telling me some pretty wicked stuff that's going on, and walk them through, or to help them through it, and then go to bed at night and sleep like a baby. I can go to someone's house who's having a Sasquatch problem, and help them, the best I can with the problem that they're having, and then go to bed and sleep like a baby. But there are certain things that I just can't handle, and one of them is just not knowing. You know what I'm saying? And
yes,
that part's hard.
I understand that one.
That part's very, very hard for me, is not knowing. And I am asking, and I have asked the Lord, show me in pieces, that I can deal with. I don't think I am strong enough or ready to see what all is out there. And apparently there must be a reason why you are, and why some people are. There's more than you out there, trust me. And I wish that I knew.
Absolutely.
Well, I wish, Don, that I knew all of their names, because you guys all together would make a powerful, you guys have some similar stories, but the feelings are the same. Listening to you is like listening to some of these other people I've talked to, and the same thing's going on with them.
It's strange, and on that, I've met a lot of people that have had encounters, and a lot of them have shared encounters with me, and I had 2 encounters that were sent to me, emailed, and they sent them, but they asked me not to share them, and I said, that's fine, but it's scary what they went through, but it's important that it gets out, but they are very adamant about not posting them. And I didn't have an answer for them. And I said, these things scare me. Not as bad as they did, but they still scare me. The bad encounter that I had, which we'll do on another show, that one changed my life. It ruined me.
Yeah. That's why I said we'll do it some other time. But
I'm still suffering from that one. But that's the only one that did that to me. And all this bizarre stuff, I never added it up with the creatures the Bible speaks of, the beast in the bottomless pit.
Right.
I've never added none of that up. I never tried to. And there's a link somewhere, but if it were for me to know, the Lord's going to tell me. And there's no avoiding him. When he's ready to talk, you absolutely cannot.
Can't.
He's revealed a lot. And I got a lot of the subscribers on our channel. God bless them. I am so thankful. And these people didn't know me from anyone. They've never met me. And the help that I've gotten just off a few comments with them, the benefit that I received from that was tremendous.
Yeah.
And just these people, I love them. We got a wonderful channel. We get a few that hop in that try a lot of negative things, and I'm learning how to.
Yeah, it comes with the territory, Donnie.
Yeah, I realize that. It doesn't bother me now like it did, but I've got a good support group. 99% of our subscribers are amazing people, and a lot of them have had encounters, and they're so different. A lot of them are the same creature, but the encounters are such different and to extremes. But I can't get them to put their story together because they don't want to put it out. And I told them, I'll put it out for you. You can do it anonymous, but let people know, this type of thing happens. It's important. And if these things are bad intent, if all of them are, we don't know. But in worst case scenario, they're bad. By you sharing what you went through with them could, in effect, save someone's life.
Exactly. Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
And that's what compelled me to start telling my stories. And I got a lot of guidance from Pappy. And there's only one of him that's ever been made. That man is a walking blessing, and I'm so thankful. Oh hush. I'm sorry, that's my oldest dog. The puppy jumped on her.
You're fine.
But,
yeah, Pappy is well known to this community as being the wise one, and there's a lot of us that hold him in the same, in the same category as you're doing. Pappy is loved, and he's respected.
Absolutely.
And the one that helped me the most was Vic Cundiff. He's the one that helped me through that really that first shock that I got, because here I am, I think, because basically the way I was raised, I think I wasn't afraid of nothing. I mean, you don't scare me, nobody scares me, I don't care, I've just been that way all my life. I don't care,
I was the same.
But this blew me away. It blew me away, absolutely. And I can't imagine, like I said, being in your shoes and the things that you've seen. But there's got to be a reason for it, Donnie. There's a reason.
There is, and I don't know what it is.
Well, because you're gonna hit a different crew than we are. We're all put here, and we all have our own jobs. And I think that Standing Goats Rescue, because of where the people that are, even the ones that are contacting you that aren't sharing, they're sharing it with you. That's your job. Look what goats stand for.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Goats stand for peace, right? This is what is what your job is. Nobody else can do what you're doing as far as the people that God has you talking to. You're the one that's going to be helping them. And so that's how it works.
I haven't looked at it that way.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I'm seeing it as you're speaking it, and thank you for that. That's never dawned on me.
There won't be. You're the Pappy of your group. And because people are going to be drawn to you because of certain things that you say. And so they're going to be able to tell you where they can't tell anybody else. They don't go on somebody else's show and tell them the story. They've chosen you. Well, there's a reason for it. And
yeah, absolutely.
Right. So there's so many channels out there. Why are all not the same people on all the channels? There's people on your channels I've never heard of. On your channel that I've never even heard of before. There's people on BDRP that I've never heard of before. people are supposed, they're where they're supposed to be. And if they're not, they're trolls.
Yeah.
Okay? Then they're trolls. They're
Yeah,
troublemakers.
I learned about them. It
Yeah.
hadn't been that long ago, but I heard about them, and
Yeah.
I finally got my taste of it. And,
And I actually, you know, I actually picture them as little trolls.
yeah, but they had a guy. He commented to me on one of the videos I have, and he's not a subscriber, but one of the goat videos, the preview that showed up is what drew him to check it out. And he ended up looking, well, the comments that came on it, one of the guys, he posts the same comments to every video. And I didn't think nothing of it at first, but then is he copying and pasting each time? Or, well, this guy got on and he told me right away, he told me who he was, and he said, do that. I'm still learning.
Yeah.
But he told me he's a troll. And I said, well, you know, what does that mean? Is he going to hack into my computer and or in my phone and mess me up financially? I don't understand exactly what the troll thing is. And he said, no, it's basically computer driven, and they get on there to knock you down. And if they can hit certain people emotionally, those people will close up shop and they won't post that particular subject, or they'll get off YouTube altogether. He said that's all they're out there for. A lot of them are they're grown men living in mama's basement at 40 years old. And that's all they do is they get out and they knock down everybody they can because they don't feel good about themselves. And we had a long discussion. He ended up contacting me on the email, and we talked, and wonderful guidance. But he told me how to get in there and remove this guy. And so I went through, and it was difficult because I don't own a computer. I do everything on my phone, and I have to use the desktop YouTube version in order to do those type of modifications. And
Right.
each time I click on something, it automatically moves me over to the mobile version, and I have to go back, and it's a process.
Yeah.
But I finally got the guy removed, and this fella, he said, look, I sent you a link, and it wasn't related to this troll guy. And he said, click on that link, and then look at the names in there. And well, I did. I followed the link, and it was all the same guy.
Yeah.
And he posted the exact same thing, and they got videos out blocking this guy. So, but yeah, sorry I got off the beaten subject.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
you were
It's all
wanting to talk
relative.
about- Oh, yes, absolutely. And either these creatures are here on behalf of our Creator, or they're not. And either way, we're going to have the enemy step in at all times, and he's going to try to block us from doing what we were sitting here to do.
That's right.
And it will never stop. And I've accepted that. I didn't last year. I got my feelings hurt from some of the bad things people were telling me. And I don't say rude things to nobody, and I don't want it said to me.
Yeah.
And it's too easy to click away and to find another video to watch. And I share my life, what we do here. We love these goats, we share it. And this Sasquatch, these things, they fascinate me. And I'm scared of them, but I'm so drawn to them. And there's something about me that they target me. Not in a bad way, but anywhere I go, I end up having, if I don't hear them, then something happens. And just as an example, just down behind our house, as a crow flies, probably 2 miles, 2.5 miles, not far, out of all the woods out there, and we're almost surrounded by woods here. This one dirt road, ever since I was a teenager, it had a wild plum tree. And it put off these little gold plums, these little tiny ones, and they were so sweet. Well, this thing is, it's not a little 6-foot tree no more. This thing is huge. It's 20 foot wide, the leaves on it, the limbs.
Yeah.
Well, I went up there to try to find a young one growing off from the droppings, the seed drops.
Yep.
To dig a few up to bring them home because I love to plant. I love anything that grows. I love flowers. I love it all. And I wanted to get some wild Florida native plums and get them started. And then we would transplant them up at the property. Well, that was my only intention, to go there to try to find a baby plant and dig it up. Hey, puppy. Come here. Let me get this puppy out.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and go see Mama.
Hey, Jamie.
But when I got out there, I didn't go to video nothing. I went to get me one of the baby trees. As I'm behind the tree, and it's right beside the road, the limbs hang right into the road. You sort of have to go around it a little bit, or they'll scratch on the side of the truck. I mean, it's a dirt road. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Well, I got out. I'm all up under the tree. I'm trying to find a baby one I can dig up. I got my shovel, and when I get around the tree, I hear I don't know how to explain. It sounded like an exhale, like
I call that a
long.
I call that a huff.
It was real long and drawn out, and then a bang. Oh my Lord! It was so loud. And I'm on the back of this tree. 10 foot through this tree is the side of the truck. And this oak log come flying through the air. I think that was the noise that I was hearing. And it nailed the camper. It dented the tar out of our camper. But it broke it. It hit on the corner and it smashed the metal in. And part of it was up top. And I had my phone with me. And I pulled it out and I turned it on and started recording. I was so scared. I didn't see the log. I heard it, and I didn't know if a bullet had hit it or somebody was on the other side of the truck that I couldn't see, because it was just immensely loud. We have an aluminum camper top on the back.
Yeah.
And it nailed that camper top.
Dang.
Well, I got the nerve up. I eased around, and I was looking. I just knew somebody was there, and I was armed, but my firearm was behind the seat of the truck. I didn't have a firearm on me because I wasn't 12 feet from the truck. I didn't need to have it on me. And I eased around there and trying to find where this person was or whatever come up and hit my truck. I seen the log laying on top of it, and it had a big dent. And I got it on video. I posted it on the channel. But I didn't see the actual creature. I seen movement several times. I tried to get ahead of it, and I heard a lot of sounds, a lot of like mumbling, like somebody talking to 2 or 3 people talking, but just low enough you can't make out what they're saying.
Yep.
It was like a mumble sound.
Yep.
And
I've
then,
heard that.
On the other side of the road, I seen movement a couple of times, but it looked like it was on 4 legs. It was black and very large and fast, and that scared me, because there's nothing. A bear couldn't move like that. And this thing, the legs were way too long to be a bear. But it's that thing. I wasn't up there 15 minutes, and that happened. And I wish I would have recorded, and I thought about filming it as I'm going to get the trees, and that was going over and over in my mind as I was heading down there. I thought, it'd be neat to post a video and showing me going out and digging up a wild native plum tree that has been there for years, and nobody has ever tried to dig it up when it was small, when it was where you could dig it up. You can't now. It's way too big. But when I was a teenager, you could have plucked it out of the ground with a shovel, but nobody ever tried.
Huh.
And I don't know why, but I thought about that, and yeah, I'm going to film it when I get there. And when I got there, I seen how big it was, and the limbs were, it was so filled because nobody prunes it. It's out in the middle of nowhere. I just decided, no, I'm not going to record it. I'm going to get under that stuff and find me a good little one, a little sapling that I can dig up. And as soon as I got on the backside of it, that log hit the camper, knocked it down. It broke the handle on the window on that side, and I didn't know it until probably a month later.
Do you know, Donnie, do you know what the name of the video is with the log?
I don't remember. It's, I think it's, I got plum tree, something with the plum tree. I don't remember.
Okay.
I can't pull it up because it's on my phone and I'm using the phone right now.
Okay. Do you hear that, Mid? It says has something to do with the plum tree. Yeah, something. Yeah, something. Yeah, Jeff says so. Something's guarding the plum trees. I wouldn't doubt that's their food.
I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's a picture of the white pickup truck with the little camper shell on it. On the when you pull the video up, that's the picture that you see.
Yeah.
And there's, I wanted to mention to you, we've done a video, I guess a year, maybe 2 years ago. It's been a while back. And I went to some different areas that I have not explored. And they're way out in the middle of nowhere, and it was raining off and on that day. And when we left, I got home, I put the video together and I posted it. And I did see movement. I got quite a bit of evidence that I didn't catch a creature on video. Well, my nephew, probably, I think it was in March of this year, February or March, he calls me and says, Uncle Donnie, that video that y'all got up in this one area that's close to here, he said, did you see what they did on the car? And I've never seen it. And when I posted that video, I let the, you know when you post a video, the thumbnail. Yeah. The computer will generate a thumbnail unless you pick one yourself.
Right.
Well, on the phone, for me to make a thumbnail, I have to get one that fits the size that they asked for, or I got to cut it down, and I have a hard time figuring out how to cut it down to where it fits right. And so usually, whatever the computer pulls up, I'll pick one of the three that I'll pull up, or I'll just let whatever comes up go. And that's the video isn't about the thumbnail; it's about other things. But on the thumbnail, on the roof of the car, was rocks, 3 or 4 rocks that were stacked like a totem pole. And I've never seen it. When we left out of there, I heard the rocks on the roof, the rolling, and we ended up stopping, and there were rocks on the roof of the car at the back. Well, my wife's youngest boy met me over there because he wanted to go in an area and scout it out for hunting. And I said, well, I want to do some video up there anyway. So yeah, and I was waiting on him, so I checked these other areas out while he was en route to me.
Excuse me.
And I thought that when I seen the rocks, when I heard them moving on the roof, we were going down the road, leaving that spot and going to this other area, and I heard the rocks. And so I stopped, and I got out, and there were rocks on the roof. And I asked him, I said, Cody, did you put them rocks on the roof of the car? And he said, no. And I figured he set them up there. Somebody put a handful of rocks on the roof. But I never seen them. And in the video, I was filming, there's an old graveyard back there, and there's no homes. This is out in the middle of nowhere, literally. Just woods. You take a little 2-trail dirt road way back in the woods, and there's this old cemetery. It's got Confederate graves in it. It's got some fairly modern graves, but the majority are really old.
Yeah.
And I was filming it, and when I was on the other side of the car, waiting for Cody to get there, and I was showing the cemetery, and if I remember right, I'd heard something. I looked toward the car and couldn't see it. I could step one way or the other 5 or 6 feet, and I could see the car. It was very short planted pine, and the only way I wouldn't have been able to see it is if I stood to where there was one of them short pine trees between me and the vehicle. But something came up while I was down there and put rocks in the car.
Oh, there it is. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see. Are we back, guys? It's different having satellite compared to cable. Okay, we're back.
Bet.
Okay. Okay, we're back. Okay, so finish.
Yeah, that I think the name of that video was Walking with Giants. I think that's the name of it. But it's if you happen to see it, there's a picture of my gold Honda CRV on the thumbnail. Just look on the roof on that picture, toward the back of the car, and there's I think it was 4 rocks. I can't remember, but they're stacked, and it's like a big one, one a little bit smaller, a little smaller one, all the way up to a little bitty one, and they were stacked back there. And it was just the neatest thing. And my car's covered in dust. And when I stopped to get the rocks, when I heard them, they fell over when I was going down the road. We never seen it. And I swore that Cody put them on the roof for some reason. He'd laid a handful of rocks on my roof. And he does extracurricular things. And so I never know if he's telling me the truth or if he just didn't remember doing it. So it wasn't nothing to be concerned with. It was just rocks on my roof. But when my nephew here recently, this year, called me and asked me about it, and I remembered rocks being on the roof, but I said, no. What are you talking about? He said, there's a totem pole of rocks on the roof of your car. He said, look at the picture on it. And so I looked at the picture, and sure enough, on the screenshot, or the thumbnail, there's rocks stacked from. They're small, but they're stacked in a little tower.
Wow.
Well, I played the video, and I kept jumping ahead until I got to the part where the rocks, where I caught them on the camera. And I never seen them. I was 5 foot from the back of the car. And I can see my roof when I'm standing up. And I never seen them.
Wow.
And I filmed it. But what got me was when I got to that part of the video, because I kept skipping forward until I found it.
Yeah.
Yet. And I was the only one out there. I was alone. I didn't see anybody else out there at all. And there is no houses. There's nothing. It's all forest. It's a hunting area. It's a state-managed hunting area. And there's sections of the road that get real muddy, and so they put that, I think it's limestone. They put a lot of that rock down to keep the roads navigable in case they have a forest fire.
Right.
They got to be able to get the EMF vehicles back there.
Right. I agree.
But it just, one of the big guys did. And when I walked away from the car, there was nothing on it. When I came back, this stack of rocks was on it.
Huh.
And it blows me away because it looks in the video, if you pause it right there, it looks like it's probably 5 inches high. It's pretty tall. And I didn't see it. I was right there by the car waiting on him, and I've never seen it.
Well, now do you pay more attention to stuff around you before you get in and out of your vehicles?
I try, but I mess up a lot.
I'll show you. I can prove it to you. All I got to do is do a 360. I'm surrounded by woods.
You step out and just point the camera straight up. If you can see the stars, you're in the woods.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's maybe electrical disturbance.
Well, I've got a storm coming in. I think that's what's going on right now because it seems like every time I turn around, I look at the phone again because I'm watching outside because I've seen eye shine twice now. But
wow.
I keep looking outside, and when I look down, it's just rolling and rolling and rolling. But there's definitely a storm coming in, and it says an 80% chance of thunderstorms tonight. So I'm sure that's messing with
wow.
the signal. But if you look, for those of you that are watching, you have to go back a little bit to when he first started telling the story. But if you look back, that light that you see, oh, okay, that light that you see over there, right next to it, on the right and the left of that light, were two eyes. So, and I thought it was, just an anomaly, with the light, but it's not. They were clearly eyeballs. So now I just keep looking over there. And so I look back at the phone, and the phone's just rolling and rolling and rolling. But if we get cut off, we'll just do it again. I'll just, but
Oh, yeah, that's no problem.
but
I'm not going anywhere.
you have a lot of, when I first started watching your video, because it just popped up on one of the suggested videos, I mean, and I started watching it, and then I think it was Martha that asked me if I was watching you, and I wasn't really, I mean, I had just gotten there, I just started, I think. And next thing you know, I'm watching yours all the time. And
Well,
I know I
thank you.
commented a couple of times on it, because I get kind of irritated, because I have really good moderators, and when I go to somebody else's channel and I see people making nasty comments, I kind of wish my moderators were there. So
Yeah, I finally, I just got the moderator thing figured out, and Patty's on there. He's one, and I got Martha on there, and I love Martha to death. She is such an amazing person.
yeah.
If anybody was filled with just an overflowing spirit, it's her.
Oh yeah, that's we call each other sis, because we clicked the minute we started talking to each other, like we'd known each other all of our lives. And so,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I'm trying to get her to come here for a while, or come, I'm trying to get her to come visit so she can, come out here, because she went down to Fouke, Arkansas with us. We had a little meet and greet down there, which was a lot of fun.
Oh, wow.
But we only got to stay for, a few days. But if I can get her to come here, she's gonna be able to have some one-on-one experience, and I can't wait for that, because these guys are subtle like they are everyplace else, but I think they're subtle because of me. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but I think it's because of me that they're subtle. There's other places I go to where they're not so subtle, but it's not directed at me. You understand what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
So
Patty was explaining, like, to me, how they pick up your spirit. They, without knowing you, they know you. They know, the true you. You can hide who you are verbally, but you cannot hide who you are spiritually.
right,
There's no change in that.
right,
And for a person or an animal to read your spirit, what they get is the truth. There's no deception. And that's why you hear so many times, if your dog doesn't like a person, you need to listen to it.
Oh yeah, I do. But I do. I really, my Bella loves everybody, but Bella, one of Gabe, and Gabe's my grandson, one of Gabe's friends came to the house, and Bella wouldn't even let him in the house. She kept looking at me and looking at him and looking at me and looking at him, and I was like,
Oh,
no,
wow.
I don't think I want you in here, and I left him outside. But there are,
Teenager?
huh?
And that's the teenager, right?
Yeah, he's a teenager. Yeah, and
Yeah.
Bella was having no part of it. I mean, absolutely no part of it. And then since we've been here, we've had, Tank's a box of rocks. Tank will go after anything right now. But they're both part pit, So, but anyway, since we've been here, we've had the people that dug the well. We've had the people for the electricity. We've had just a bunch of people coming here, and Tank's just Tank. He's gonna go after them. He's gonna bark and make. I mean, that's just the way he is. And sometimes he'll try to nip, and I'll yell at him, and he'll run away. But I think his first instinct, is to keep everybody away from us. That's just the way he is.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, Bella, this one guy pulled up, and Bella put her head down, and I was like, uh-oh. And she did not, the whole time that guy sat in the vehicle, she never took her eyes off of him. She had her head down. I think if he'd have gotten out of the car, I think she would have attacked him. She did not like that man at all. And
she picked him up right away.
she's never done that before. I mean, she's looked at me, like with the teenager, she got between us, But Bella didn't move a muscle, and her head was down, and she had almost 1 foot off the ground, like she was going to be in attack mode. If he'd have gotten out of the car, I think she would have gone after him. But luckily he
Makes you
didn't.
wonder.
Yeah, it
you
does.
know, what it is.
Yeah.
Well, and it's got to be intention. You know, what were his intentions?
Exactly. You don't know, but he was with another guy that was working on the property here, but they had come back to pick up some stuff or do something else, and this guy didn't get out of the vehicle, and I didn't see him the first time the crew came here, but the second time he just sat in the front seat, and that look that Bella had, I mean, I couldn't even get her attention. She wasn't listening to me. She had no part of me whatsoever. She was intent on that man. So
Wow.
it's a good thing that, and I pay attention to what my dogs do. I really, I
Oh,
trust
yeah.
them. If they
But
won't let
the
me move,
animals, they're so critical to our life. Every human on this planet needs to have an animal of some type. And one of the main reasons that I state that, and I stand behind it, is of all the creatures on the planet, humans are the only sinners. We're the
yeah,
only ones that do each other wrong. It doesn't happen in the wild. Animals, they watch over their own kind. They have government within their groups.
yeah,
And if one gets out of order, they'll pay the price for it. But that's the way it should be with everything, with all living beings. But they don't sin against their creator. And when they get sick and they know they're going to die, they know it's coming. They don't go up to us and cuddle with us, and they're frightened and fearful. They want to go out and lay up under a tree somewhere.
yeah.
They're okay with it. They know
Yeah.
it's a good thing to move on.
Well,
And it doesn't bother them.
I think the reason that they're so insightful is they don't talk. They do more listening
Yeah.
than they do talking.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't think that was coming. That makes sense. That makes absolute sense.
And
Yeah, that's one of the things. Looking for these big guys. That is probably the number one tool that you can use. Is what you just said.
Yeah.
Do more listening.
yeah, exactly.
You'll hear it before you see it.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the actual being, but the signs. You'll find their evidence of them being there if you search. But if you listen, you don't have to search. And you go where you hear the sounds, the mumbling. I won't go right to the spot. If I know where it's at, I won't go straight to it. But I'll get close, within 20 yards of it, and then I'll start looking around, and that's when I start finding things. And I have found some odd stuff. The video that I got the 200-pound squirrel, that area, I hunt up there. It's a huge area, a lot of swamp, but a lot of hardwood areas, a lot of softwood areas. It's got a little bit of everything, and it's a great place to hunt. The animals are not funneled into one area where they don't have a chance. You may go 10 times, and you might get one opportunity to pull the trigger. I mean, you really have to hunt. And in that area, I was not filming, I was hunting. And I came to an area, a section, and I usually hunt this particular area. It's probably, I would say, 120 acres square. But I always hunted that southwest corner of it. Well, I wanted to go on the opposite corner and work my way across it, because I've never done that. I never even went to the opposite corner. Well, you have to go through a swamp to get to that corner, and the water's not deep, and it's probably 6 inches, but the muck on the bottom is, in some spots, it's over a foot deep, and you can sink to the point that the suction pulls your boots off. It's rough to get in there. So I went to that area, and I was standing back and just scanning way ahead of me, and you can see in that particular spot where I was at, you could see probably 100 yards through the trees, a pretty good ways. And there was a lot of undergrowth, but you could see between, in the openings, you can see a long way. And I seen there's a hill. The land goes up just a little bit, a Florida hill, not like where you're at now, but it goes up about 6 foot and it'll drop back down into a little wet area. And just past the hill, there was what I thought was a grocery store. One of the plastic bags was in the tree, stuck on the limb. And that's the way I was going anyhow. And so I crossed over. When I got down to the hill, I started looking in the trees trying to find where that bag was to see if somebody had a tree stand up in that tree and they left their trash bag up. Because that's usually what people do. They'll leave a bag up there with their urine bottle or just supported a tall ladder stand either. I think it would have leaned back pretty good. It was about 6 inches at the base and 35 foot tall maybe, just like a pole, straight tall pole. And 3/4 the way up, a limb that stuck out of the side was snapped off. And the limb was probably an inch thick, about the diameter of a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And this turtle shell, the limb went through one of the leg holes in one end of it, and it came out the opposite end in the leg hole. It was placed there.
Yeah, definitely.
And the water never gets that high. But how would you get it up to that height? How, and it blew my mind. And while I'm picking up deadfall and I'm slinging them up, I'm trying to knock it down because if I find them turtle shells, which we do often, I bring them home and we bleach them out. And then Rosie paints her little pictures on them, and just to keep her involved with the outdoor stuff, the true outdoor stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't get it down. I hit it a couple times, but it was on there. I mean, that limb was solid. I thought the limb would break if I could hit it hard enough and it would come down, but it was not dead. Well, I moved on. I carried on the way I was going, and was a game trail that this tree was on. And I didn't know it until I got 30 or 40 feet past it, and then I noticed how the pine straw down this row was really compacted. Well, I got to following it, and then it turned. It went probably 100 feet from that tree, and then it made a real hard left-hand turn. And a little ways down there, 50 yards or so, there was another tree. This one wasn't quite as tall, about 10 foot, where the limb was on it, and there was a turtle shell the same way.
Wow.
It was impelled through that limb. And it's the whole turtle shell, the top and the bottom. Somehow, something ate the turtle out of it without breaking the shell apart.
Yeah.
And this limb was snapped off, and this shell was stuck over it. And as far as I know, they're still down there. The second one, it had a couple flies on it, and I think it either had a critter inside of it that had died, or it may have still had flesh in it that was rotted. There wasn't no odor, but I seen the flies on it, and I didn't want to handle it, so I left it alone. But that whole area has oddities like that. But when I got so far off track, I had so many different little things. But I want to tell you about the encounter that we had. This was on Panama City Beach. And for any of you guys that have been to Panama City Beach, off of Back Beach Road, there is what's called the Colony Club golf course and driving range. And it's got quite a few very high-end homes back there, very wealthy area. Well, my mother, her house was about a half a mile from that community. And so growing up, we always rode our bicycles back there, and that's how we would get on Stuckey's Run, and we'd go down that long dirt road. But also, if you go past the entrance, the beginning of Stuckey's Run, that road is called Moonlight Bay Drive. And as of today, it's paved. They've got homes all over out there. But if you follow Moonlight Bay Drive all the way to the water, it dead ends at the bay, at West Bay. We had took my car out there, and it was me and my girlfriend, my best friend, Eddie, and his girlfriend. Eddie was sitting behind me, and his girlfriend was sitting next to him, and me and my girlfriend were in the front seat. I was around 16 or 17 years old. We got down there, and this is in I think it was a 77 Chevrolet Nova. It was a retired police car. It was my first vehicle, and I paid for $1,000. I saved up my money and paid for it myself. So it was a Ferrari to me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We didn't have any money, and living on the beach, Panama City Beach is a tourist attraction. In summertime, it is Front Beach Road is a party. The traffic doesn't move. It's bumper to bumper, and just drunks everywhere. And they're either singing and laughing and having a good time, or they're fighting. That's all the beach is.
Yep.
And we had no money. We didn't have the gas to just go riding. And so we decided that the four of us would go off Moonlight Bay Drive and just park by the water as close as we could get without getting the car stuck, and just sit there. It's a beautiful night. We had a big moon, and where Moonlight Bay Drive, where it dead ends to the water, the side that the car is on, where the car sits, that little two trail, it literally dead ends right at the water's edge. On the right side of that road is mature planted pine, and they're, some of them were probably close to 80 feet tall. Very full, healthy pine trees. And on the left side of the road, as you're sitting in the car facing the water, there's one row of pine trees right there beside the car, and then directly behind them, there's a ditch, and it drains off into the bay. It goes down about 3 foot lower than the road that you're parked on, and then it on the other side of the ditch, it rises about a foot, and that side is very swampy, very wet almost all the time. And they had young planted pines on that side. They were between 8 and 12 foot tall, all of them, and a lot of underbrush. But we had parked, and Eddie and his girlfriend stayed in the back seat, and I got out and I sat above the driver's side front tire. Well, Celeste, the only reason I'm mentioning her name is she is no longer with us. She passed at 42 years old.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So, well, she went through a really, really rough time, and finally she expired. The Lord brought her home. But she had got out, and she was standing between my legs facing me, and we were talking. And as teenagers, we owned the world. We knew everything there was to know about life, and we were planning out our future, and how you was when you were a teenager.
Oh, yeah.
But as I was talking to her, I was looking down at her because I was sitting on the hood, and over her shoulder was, as I was looking down at an angle, there's the ditch where the water was, at the bottom of the ditch, and there was a lime green, a really, really fluorescent and bright lime green spot down by the water, and it was moving, but really slowly. And we kept talking. Well, it started rising up, just getting higher and higher above the ground. And instantly, I told her, I said, "Look, Celeste, there's a bobcat or a possum or something climbing that pine tree, that little 8 to 10 foot pine sapling." Well, she and her family had moved to Panama City from California. She's never been in the woods. She's never been hiking. She didn't do the outdoors. So she turned and went straight back to her side of the car and got back in the front seat. Well, I hopped down and I went to the back window and tapped on the window. Eddie rolled the window down. I had the manual window of the car. And I told him, I said, Eddie, look, there's a bobcat or a possum, something right here beside the car. And he started laughing and just making a joke out of it. I don't want to see no doggone bobcat. And he rolled the window back up. And he was, his family, I think, was from Tampa, Florida. Well, I went back and hopped back on the hood and just kept watching it. Well, it got up to where it was just about eye level with me. And as it's rising, it's not flying like a glowfly, and it's large. It looked like a smiley face, just the smile part, but there was no sounds from that tree. And if it were something climbing that pine tree, then the bark would have been crackling. I would have heard it. It would have been really loud because it was so close to me. But it didn't. And the moon now, with me sitting on the hood facing this, the moon was behind me above the trees. And so the canopy of the mature pines blocked all that area off. There was no light over that area at all. It was pitch black. But the bay itself was lit up like a big bright candle. It was you could see just about the land 3 or 4 miles on the other side of the bay.
Yeah, I love that. It's
But
beautiful.
No, it was absolutely just gorgeous out there. And when this thing was rising, and when it finally settled in that there's no noise there, and I mean there was no noise. There was no breeze blowing at all when we got there, but there was no sound of anything. Like somebody turned everything off, and there was no sound of the tree bark. And this thing was not flying. It was definitely, I thought, it was definitely climbing. And it got to be eye level with me where I was sitting in the car. It would have had to been, his eyes would had to been about 8 foot above the ground.
Oops.
Because where I was parked at, the ground is close to 3 feet higher than that other side where this thing was at. Well, finally, it moved. It kind of swung, like with an upward arch. It swung toward the right, which was toward the bay. And it changed from this smiley face, this little smile shape, it changed to a triangle. If you were to take a triangle and turn it on its side, as I'm looking at it, the left side had a point, and the right side should have been flat, should have been the bottom of the triangle if you were to turn one sideways. But it wasn't flat. It was rounded off. It was domed, like bulged out.
Uh-huh.
And I had no idea what it was, so I kept staring at it, and I was nervous. It just very creeped out because I couldn't hear it climbing. And if it was flying, it was locked in place, and nothing made any sense to what it was. Well, then it swung back, that little swooping little downward arch. It moved back to the left, and then it rose up, and that's when I knew what I was looking at. And like what I described to you earlier, if you were to look into the mirror, look at your eyeball, look at the shape of your eye, what you can actually see, how you got a point where your tear ducts are on each side of your eye. Imagine seeing that, the pupil being blacked out and all the white part of your eye glowing a lime green. That's what I was looking at. And it was large, probably $50 to a silver dollar size. And it was only one, but it was shaped like a human eye, except instead of having a black pupil and the white around the outside, it was a black pupil and bright glow in the dark green on the outside. And so I hopped down and jumped in the car, and I cranked the car up, and everybody's asking me what it was, what I was seeing, and I didn't answer anyone. I started doing like an 8-point turn. I was trying to get the front of the car pointed that direction where I can get the headlights on it. And that road that you pull down, it's just a 2-trail. I got a row of pines on the left side of the car, and then many rows of pines on the right. So there's not much space to turn. And so as I'm shifting the car, I finally get eased up to where the bumper hit the tree that's at the edge of that ditch. Just behind the tree, it drops off from the ditch. And when the bumper hit, everybody started screaming in the car and yelling. And the guy behind me, Eddie, he was punching the roof of the car, and he was punching the headrest to my seat. Celeste crawled in the floorboard on her back, and she started kicking me and driving her heels into my thighs. And I couldn't see what they were seeing because the car was at a slight angle. I wasn't straight on with the tree, but my headlight was hitting the tree, and it was kind of bouncing back at me. But the other headlight was obviously shining on it because it cast a shadow to the left of the tree that I could see, and it was the shadow of a person. And so I threw it in reverse, and I backed up, and I turned the wheel as hard as I could, and then I pulled back forward. And then that's when the headlight cleared the tree, and I was hitting this thing in the chest. He was close to 8 feet from the front bumper of the car. He was right there. And his body was facing me, but he had his head turned, and he was looking toward the water, like toward the bay. And he was covered in fur, not hair, but short fur, like a 1/2 inch to 1 inch long. It was a very dirty white color with like the old 70s era camouflage. He had these splotches of black and brown and red and almost a kind of a yellow color. He had these splotches over his entire body, even his head, neck, his face. But he wasn't built. He had 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head, but he wasn't for his body. And his thighs were way too big for his body. They were enormous. You could see them. Even through the thick fur, you could see the muscle tone, the different lumps going down his leg. And he had his knees were covered, I think it was mud. His knees were gray, like a cigarette ash color, like a light gray color, both knees. And he had a real short nose, and his forehead, it went up, and these real, like protruding eyebrows, just the lump, not the hair itself of the eyebrow, but like the bone. The bone was sticking out.
Yeah.
And right past the eyebrow, the forehead went back. It didn't go up. It like angled way back toward the back of his head. And then the back part of his head kind of poked out, like it sort of pointed. But he sat there and just staring at the water, and he was doing his arms were at his side, but he was wiggling his fingers like he was playing an invisible piano. You know, his fingers were just rapidly moving, and he had 5 fingers, and he had toes. I don't know if he had 5 on each foot, but he had toes. He was barefoot. He had that fur was on top of his feet also. But he turned and looked at me, and the headlight, the main part of the beam was hitting him in his chest, really high up on his chest, and his face was lit up. But when he turned and looked at me, I realized why there was only one eye that I seen below him. His left side of his face, which was the right side of the way I was seeing him, that side was mangled. It was shredded. His eye, his cheek, all the way down to what, if you would have had a normal upper lip like people do,
yeah,
almost to the lip, that whole side of his face, the side of his nose, It was just, it looked like something you'd see in a horror movie.
Like a
People-
Chernobyl accident?
Yes. It was mangled bad, but it was red. I mean, it was raw flesh, but there was no blood running down it. It's like it may have been a day or 2 days old, the wound, and I don't know what tore his face up, but I don't know of anything big enough to do damage to an animal that I'd hate to see what the other creature looked like. I just put it like that. This thing was, it was enormous, but he looked, it didn't look real. But there was no way a person could have got back there. Because during that time, Moonlight Bay Drive was a logging road. And on one side is real thick, just trees and shrubbery. And the other side of the road was a really deep ditch, about an 8-foot deep ditch. And if you're going down that road and another vehicle is coming toward you, you can't pull over to let them pass. You have to back out the entire road to let them go past you, or they have to back down until you get almost down to the water. And then there's a spot right there where you can pass them. But there's nowhere for a vehicle to park, or we wouldn't have been able to get down there. And there's no other way into that spot except for that one road. And so it wasn't possible for it to be a human. But this thing, when he was looking at me, and I was just taking in everything, trying to understand what I was seeing. And I thought it was like a movie prop. It wasn't real to me. It was very fake. But he was moving. And my mind couldn't grasp it. But as he stared at me, I knew without a doubt that he was looking into my eye and he could see me through that headlight. And I don't know how, but I knew for a fact he could see me. But he broke the stare with me, and he looked down at the water, the ditch. Then he took a step into the ditch toward us, and that's when I finally came out of it. And then I could hear everybody screaming again. They were screaming the whole time, but everything, when I seen him, it's like all the sound went away in the car. I could hear him, but it sounded like a faint whisper.
Yeah.
And they were screaming and
It's a shock factor is what it is.
Car at him.
Yep.
Always. What makes it so crazy, we left. I got out of there. I backed out, and I don't know how I made it without wrecking or hitting a tree, but we got out of there. And we took the girls home, and I stayed over at Ed's house that night. And we decided we would get up at daylight and go down, because right there by that water, we fish there during the day 3 or 4 times a week. And we catch the bull minnows, our bait, we catch it in that ditch with a little hand scoop net. It's really shallow, but it is nasty mud.
Yeah.
Just awful, black, thick mud. And we knew there would be footprints. And so when we got up, it was thunderstorming. It was raining so heavy. And there was no rain in the forecast at all. And it was pouring rain. It stopped at about 9 or 10 that morning. And we went anyway. We waited till the rain stopped, and we got down there, and the water was so high, it was off into those short pine trees. So it covered everything. You couldn't see nothing. And then a few days later, when all the rainwater ran out into the bay where the ditch was back to normal, there was no tracks of any kind. Everything had been washed away. But that was, it bothered me to see it, but I didn't have any feeling of dread from it. I didn't feel anything negative. It was just the unknown is what scared me.
Right.
But it didn't impact me. It bothered me for a month or so afterwards, but then I never forgot it. I've told people throughout the years, and back 15 years ago and all the way back to the point of when it happened, we've taken quite a beating from people. You know, you tell people, and the first thing that we normally hear is, what kind of drug were you doing? You need to share that with us. And it was just a lot of mockery over it. And I've searched, and to date, I've never found or heard of another encounter that was of something like that. In 2011, when I had my bad encounter, that's when I really started doing research, and then I found out about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, and then
Her and Tank took off in the back, and there she sits. Are we back, guys? It's buffering like crazy.
we must have some bad weather coming.
Yeah, the sky's all... Yes, we're back. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. All right, finish.
Oh, yeah, that encounter that happened in Mariana, that's the one I'd like to come on your next show, and we can go over that one. That's the one that wrecked me.
Okay.
That changed everything.
Yeah.
But I was within 3 feet of it, and I was so scared. All I could do was stare at it. And,
I know that feeling. I know that feeling very well.
I was looking at a caveman.
Yeah, I remember you. I remember when I first started watching you. I said, we call them Sasquatch or blah blah. But I remember you saying specifically, and you and I had this conversation earlier. The face was chiseled like a caveman. That's exactly what they look like. I mean, the big one. That was mine.
Yeah, 100%. When I look back, because that's when I started researching, trying to figure out what I'd seen. And I was pulling up, I was looking for Neanderthal and caveman pictures. That's what I was pulling up. I never pulled up Sasquatch or Bigfoot. I was looking for what I saw, because I didn't know nothing about the others. And through trying to find where people have encountered a caveman or Sasquatch, or Neanderthal, I was hoping somebody else would have seen him too.
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah.
And, well, I ended up, a picture came up, and it was actually a video clip from Todd something.
Standing.
I can't remember the last.
Todd Standing.
Yes. He had a video clip, and I looked at it again earlier this year, and he's got a bunch of them. But the other ones, I've never seen anything that looks like those. But one of the video clips he has is almost identical to what I saw. And I was within, if I would have reached out with my right hand, I was kind of at an angle. I wasn't facing him straight on. My left arm was a lot closer. But if I would have reached from my right hand, which was further away from him, I would not had to have extended my arm all the way to touch him.
Good.
My elbow would have still been bent, and I could have laid my hand on his fist.
Oh, good Lord.
And he was right there stomping his foot, and he had his fist balled up, and he was so angry.
Oh, my word.
He would just, he had his elbows at his side, but his fists were facing me like a boxer. Elbows at his ribs, and then the fists he was bent 90 degrees at the elbow, and clenched fists, and he would swing his fist toward the ground and stomp his foot. And he'd swing his fist and stomp his foot. And the growling, and it was horrible. And I had a 7mm short Magnum rifle. I was going to check the hog traps out there. And we had been working that field for a couple of years up to that point. And I had several $1,000s worth of hunting stands, hog traps. I have a lot of equipment. It's still out there. I walked away from everything that night. I never went back. But I had that rifle in my arms, and it was loaded. It was hot, and the safety was off. and I was too afraid to even point it at him.
Yep.
And I only had to shift the barrel. I had it across my chest because my right hand, I let go of the stock. I'm right-handed, so I would pull the trigger with my right hand. I let go of my right hand to turn my headlamp onto the higher setting, the higher beam, and so I wasn't holding it. I had it with my left arm pressed against my chest. The barrel was almost, it was pointing just past him. But all I had to do was shift, just twist back to my right 3 inches or 4 inches, and I could have put one in the bottom of his throat. But I've, like I told you earlier, I've shot wild hogs, 80-pound wild hog, and a pig that weight is about knee-high at the back. He's small.
Yeah.
And I have shot them between 5 and 10 foot distance with a 12-gauge shotgun with a 3-inch Magnum double-aught buck. The strongest load they make for that gun. And I've had them run off and never find them.
Yep.
I've shot them with slugs and blue bone and just handfuls of meat out of the other side. And they'll bleed for 50 yards and then nothing. And the tracks will continue and you never find them. And for an animal that small to take a load that powerful, what can an animal that's as big as these things, you know, I don't think it would have hurt him. It would have angered him. But the girl that was with me, she was in the car behind me when I turned and faced him, and she was, I don't know, 65 feet or so from me. And she turned the headlights on and started flashing the high beams and blowing the horn, and I could hear her screaming in the car with the windows up. And then he tore off running. But she had said from sitting in the car, she was seeing him. I was directly between him and the car, but I was right there at him. And she said that the top of my head was probably halfway between what would have been his belly button and the bottom of his chest muscles. She could see the upper part of his abdomen, his abdominal muscles, over the top of my head.
Oh my gosh.
But that's the story. I'd love to tell you that one because that's the one that changed everything.
Yeah. And
that's where my fear comes from of them. Is because of that one. And that's the only bad one I had was that one. And I've had, these last 3 years, I've had multiple encounters, more audible than actual seeing them. I've only seen them maybe 7 or 8 times these last few years, but I had them growl at me, they throw stuff at me. That happens almost every time I go out there.
Yeah.
And the weird whistling and that mumbling, that gibberish mumbling that they do, I get a lot of that, and a lot of it's on the videos that I've got on the channel. But we're going to be going again out there. I tried to go a couple of weeks ago, and as I was getting out of the car and getting my stuff together to go out there and do a hike, a truck pulled up behind me, and I think it was a forestry truck. I don't believe it was game warden, but he told me it was closed, and I asked him why, because the gates were not. When they close it, they close the gates. You're not allowed to drive in there at all, but they close the gates where you access it by foot, and they post it to let you know because it's state property. But there was none of that. Everything was open, and he said that it's closed. And I asked him, why are they burning? Because they just burn it again. And he said, no, because of the pandemic going around, that it's closed. And when they open it, it'll be on the website, the FWC website. And I went on the website, and it's not showing that it's closed. But I didn't want to take the chance and get in trouble. So I'm going to try again soon. And if it's open and I can get out there, I'm going to go live.
Well, I have you know, because I'm right here and they're right here, and I'm sure they don't live right here, you know, because I'm pretty sure that this is the Honabi clan that's here. I can't even say that. Somebody else told me that they were pretty sure it's the Honabi clan that's here. But anyway, I only have to go into my backyard. You know, in fact, I don't have to go there. You know, I get the...
I didn't enjoy that, but I don't want them that close. We got one that he came about 2 years ago right here to the house. And then he came again last year, I think. It was after the hurricane. And then just recently, we got a tree, and I took a small clip of it beside the house, right beside the fence, and we went out there. And when the sun goes down, the goats go down. They do not move around at night unless you turn a porch light on. Then they'll come up to the porch. But they rise and fall with the sun. And they were all up. And we went out because we heard them. A lot of them calling out, and they're all in our girl yard. That's where the boys that have been castrated, the babies, and the females are at. There's probably 45 or 50 head, and they were all standing up and facing that side where we had the encounter with the one a few years back. Well, I walked over there, and I had the flashlight in hand, and something turned and started stomping off really loud. You could feel it in the ground.
Yeah.
The kind of like if you were to take a pillowcase and fill it with sand and drop it from like head height on the ground. It was like a plop. A thud. I don't know how to explain it.
I will. I'll explain it because that's you. That's exactly. I was getting the dogs. One of the dogs. We don't know which one. One of our dogs ate one of the chickens that got out of the chicken coop, and I got really mad because, you know, I don't know why they ate it, but they ate it, or they killed it. They didn't eat it. Anyway, so I started putting rocks in there, you know, around the bottom part where the varmint wire is.
Yeah, the pin, yeah.
And, well, we have the fence, and then I had to put chicken wire underneath that because it was too large. And then I went and got rocks to put it there because they were finding a way to get out. Well, the noise, when I started throwing the big rocks, because I got big ones, when I started throwing them in there, the first thud, when that rock hit the ground, I was like, that's exactly what they sound like when they walk. You know, I wanted my husband.
A lot of
Yep.
You nailed it.
Yeah. I wanted my husband to stand. I wanted him to stand right there and hear it, you know, because that's exactly what they sound like when they walk.
Yeah, it's absolutely identical to that sound.
Yep.
We offloaded a truck of granite.
Yep.
And some of them were the size of basketballs. A few were larger.
Yep.
But the ones the basketball size.
Yep.
When standing in the back of the truck and just drop them over the side when they hit the ground, that impact sound, that thud, that I don't know. That's the only way I know how to explain it. That is exactly what it sounded like.
Yep.
But it's walking. It's consistent. Thud, thud, thud.
Yeah. And if you have multiples.
Well, they don't walk around nothing. Whatever's in the way, it sounds like they're just walk right over it or right through it.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a tree. If you've seen the goats, one of our goats, we talk a lot about Louis.
Yeah.
Louis is a sweetheart. He's a big lover boy. He's a giant goat, but he's nothing but a lover boy. And he hops the fence. Well, he was on that side, and so I went in the back pen, the boys' pen. That side's really low, and I can get over it. And so I went over it, and I walked him all the way up to the front of the house, and I brought him through the front gate to get him back in. Well, then a day or two later, he got out again, same side, over there where we've been having him come up. And I went over there to get him out. We're walking down. I got a trail down that side when we have to get Louis because he gets out often. And walking down the trail, I'm stopped. There's a tree laid across the trail. About chest high, and I got to looking at it, and it's broke off about 6 foot above the ground. It's still connected, but it's broke.
Jeez.
It's bent over, and the top of it's laying on the ground, and it's blocking off the trail. And so I had to walk down and around it, but I took a little video clip of it, and I was going to post it. But that's all that I really had. I found 2 footprints down by the little sinkhole that's right there beside it, within 20 foot of it.
Yeah.
But the bigger one, you could make out the big toe crystal clear, and the heel and the rest of the foot. But the other toes were really faint, and then the little track, there was a small one. It was real clear. You could even see the little lines in it in the bottom. But I didn't record it because it would, which I got in one of the old videos. Oh, that's a kid, that's Rosie, because it's about the size of a child's foot, but really wide. But it looked like a little child's 6 or 7 inch long footprint. And so I didn't want to hear the negative stuff, so I didn't film it. As far as I know, they're still over there. The tracks are. It's real swampy, right on the edge of that little pond, and that's where it was at.
It kind of kills me when people ask for proof or ask for what you got, and then you show them, and then they give you grief about it. It never ceases to amaze me when they do that. You know, I mean, I just shake my head when people do that. Well, where's your pictures? Where's your proof? Well, here's my pictures. I showed you pictures. Here's my foot. Here's the Sasquatch. Whoa, that doesn't look like a print. Well, how do you know? Are you standing there? Picture can't do justice. Okay, then go ahead and cast it. Now you cast it, now it's fake. You know, I mean, you're just not going to please everybody when it comes to that. So
yeah, I thought I was the only one dealing with that.
No,
so,
everybody deals with that. That's why, I don't post a whole bunch of stuff like that. I just go for walks, you know.
Yeah, that's what mine have turned into, and but I'm getting to where when I go out, I'm doing filming. I record every time I go, because I'm getting more and more as I'm learning what it is. I'm getting more and more stuff that I've always heard it, and I knew it wasn't from any animal that I'm familiar with, but I never put it together as being from these guys. And then I see videos where people, you can see them bouncing between the trees and the knocking and all the crazy activity, and then I'll hear that sound, the same one. And the people will talk about that exact sound, and it's the same thing I'm getting.
Yeah.
And, just putting 2 and 2 together from what I'm learning, watching other people's videos, and it's fascinating. But I never knew they were always right there. And I've seen tracks throughout my life, big tracks, and I always, in my mind, had an excuse for how that track got out there. Because nobody's going to walk through Florida woods barefooted. When you know that, you know how many snakes and gators and just
birds and scorpions.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And the fire ants.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the only state in the nation, we have more poisonous critters, counting insects also. We have more than all the other 50 states combined. We have all of it. And you don't go in the woods barefooted.
No.
I mean, there's people that do, but I'm not one of them, and I'm not going to.
Yeah. Well, I wanna address something Martha just said. Yeah, Martha, I took pictures in the beginning like that. I was excited and I wanted to share, but after that, it just got to the point where people started. I can't stand it when someone calls you a liar. I mean, it just bothers me really bad. Because they're just not there, and so if they don't want to see it and they don't want to be on the channel, that's fine. But right now I'll go for my walks. If people see something or hear something, that's fine. But I don't know if I will ever go back to what I was doing before. I may not, but I may post and I may not. I may just give it to the people on the Harmony chat, and that's about the size of it. Not posted on YouTube. But I have seen, like the one I took there on the property, Sandy's property, that footprint wasn't but maybe 3 inches, 4 inches long. I mean, it was tiny. And I said, what infant is going to be walking around out here? You know, that just doesn't happen. It was tiny, and I mean tiny. In between my fingers, if you stick your thumb straight out, it was between my
Wow.
first finger and my thumb. That's how small that print was. It was tiny. And so someone else told me that that was little people. Well, I don't know anything about little people. So all I know is that I sat up here one night, you know, when I was on the property in this camper, and I was upstairs like I am right now, in the loft, and I was looking out the back window, and thought they were two bobcats running, you know, from back, you know, back and forth in the front yard, in the backyard, I mean. And they weren't. They were baby sassies. And they weren't tiny, but they were small. I thought they were bobcats. That tells you the size.
Wow.
And it was
I
they were,
haven't seen any of the
huh?
little ones yet. I
Well,
haven't seen any of the. I've seen some that are about my height, but and that's little to me. Now that I've seen
yeah,
the biggest one was the bad encounter I had. That was
yeah,
the largest one that I've ever seen.
yeah. Well, the like I said, the alpha that was at my push out had to be about 10 foot tall. Boo was about 7.5 foot tall, and you know he did grow, but he didn't grow real big. From the time I first saw him until the last time I saw him, he didn't grow but maybe a foot, you know, and that was over a 4 year period of time. So, you know, he didn't grow real big, and Boo was not the one that was in the window, you know. The one that was in the window to me was a baby, you know, like I told you, I thought it was a baby. You know, come to find out it was a 7.5 foot baby, you know, and I think that was my kind of shock to reality. But
Oh yeah.
everything out here that we are experiencing each time, I mean, I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I'll just be accustomed to, you know, all the things that they do, because I think each time they do something different, I get that little swell of, is it going to change? Are they going to turn mean? You know, are they here to kill us all? You know, I mean, I'm sure everybody at some
Oh
point
yeah.
that goes through your brain what they're really here for. But so far,
Oh yeah. Every time I go out there.
I have not had any aggressive encounters. You know,
Well, they had. I'm going to try to get it on video this year. That area, I did walk at the other end. I ran into a game warden, and he had two guys with him, and they were in black uniforms. They had a little patch, little chest patch. I don't remember what the little logo was now, but I've never seen that design. I've never seen people wearing those uniforms, but
I remember that
they
video.
were. With that area, they burned it. They just
Wow.
burned it a few years ago. And
Wow.
my brother-in-law, I called him because he works for the forestry department that does all the burning. They control that. And his division used to work that area, but they transferred him over. And I asked him, I said, do you know about the burning that particular area? He said, well, yeah, they burned it off. They burned the underbrush. And I said, they just burned the underbrush. I mean, just a few years ago. And he said, well, they usually burn them every 10 years, 12 years. If it's bad, they'll go 8 years. And I told him, so Mike, it hadn't been that long. I mean, it's been 3 years. The year the hurricane came through, Hurricane Michael, they burned it. That before the hurricane hit, they burned it that year. And right at the tail end of hunting season, so it messed us up for those that did. I didn't turkey hunt, but there were a couple of my friends that turkey hunted over there, and that messed it up. They burned it before hunting season was truly over, and then here they go. They burn it again just recently, a few months back, and it's odd. And when I asked my brother-in-law, he said, no, that they shouldn't have done that. There's no reason for it. Well, this was, I think it was Happy. If I may be wrong, I spoke to one of my friends, and they had said maybe it's because of, if that was the same area, you run into two guys in the black uniform. I said, yeah, this is the exact same area. And I went in there anyway to look. And, I didn't get none of those weird whistles, and real high-pitched whistles. I didn't hear one, not one. No growls. I didn't get none of that tapping sound. There were no tracks. I mean, nothing, no deer tracks. And that place it is overrun with deer. They need to do a control hunt. They need to thin them. There's so many, or trap them and relocate them. There's too many for one area.
Yeah.
So they eat themselves out of nourishment. But there were no tracks. None. Not anything.
Wow.
And I found that so bizarre. And I think the burning has something to do with them two guys that I caught on video. And it messed me up seeing them. I thought I'd be checked, my hunting license, when I seen the game warden, but it was after I didn't see them other guys. I seen him first. And so I was getting prepared mentally for the license check. And then here these two guys are. And I went down on that swamp to get away from them because I knew that they weren't suited up to go into that stuff. And so I went off in the water. And that's where on that video, I didn't mean to whisper on it. I didn't want them to hear me. I was still fairly close, but sound traveled through them trees. And I didn't want them to hear what I was saying, but it's just odd to run into those people out there. And then within a short time later, they burned all the woods out.
Exactly. Hang on a second, Donnie.
Yeah.
Bob, I can't wait till you get here. Safe travels. God bless you, and we'll see you sometime from home here. I'm so very happy. I'm sure everybody here is so happy that you're coming home. We love you, and have a safe trip. God bless you, hon. Bob's coming home. He's in Germany. He's heading back to the States. I'm so excited.
Oh, good deal. We
Yeah.
have a good friend in Germany, too, right now.
Well, he's been trying to get home for a long time, but the dudes wanted to know if he'd seen anything or been filming too, I think. What dudes?
Oh, wow. Wow. You know, if he got anything?
I don't know. I'm only getting parts of the conversations, so I can't, I don't know what they're saying. I get one or two. Hey, Jules. Hey, everybody that's come in. Oh, the two in black. Martha said the two in black. Were they were they videotaping, or were they, what were they doing?
No, they were asking me a lot of off the wall questions and about the bears, and there's no bears in there. I've hunted that since I was 16 years old. I broke my back the second time when I was 16, and I walked on a cane for quite a long while. And so my father had made me a little bridge from where you park. You have to cross this ditch, and I wasn't physically capable of crossing it. So he took some ramps that were meant to load a lawnmower in the bed of a truck, and he made me a bridge where I could still hunt on my own. And I have been out there, thousands of times, and there has never been a bear track. There's never been any bear sighting. There's wild pigs out there, and a wild pig, mature wild hog they'll do really bad things to a bear. They're arch enemies. the wild hogs and the bears, they do not get along, so they don't coincide in the same area. But these people, they kept insisting that I've seen bears, and I've seen bears, and I told them there's no bears out here. You know, there's deer and pigs, and a lot of them. And this, it was a lot of crazy questions. I don't remember everything they were asking. They asked me where I lived, how often I come up there, and they asked me if I filmed where I was hunting at. And I said, yeah, I do a lot of filming. And he wanted to know if I had any videos of anything that I shot out there, and I told him I didn't. I said I did have them, but I lost them when I broke my phone. And I just, you know, hold on just a second.
Does that answer your question, Pappy?
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought there was a tick on my dog's head. She's laying in the bed, and I don't want a tick to get on her.
Yeah. I know that
but
feeling.
No, they were asking a lot of just off the wall stuff, things that just don't pertain to hunting. And I wish I remember everything.
You don't have to remember
they were-
everything. What'll
were-
happen? What'll happen is it'll come back in pieces. You'll remember pieces.
They were scary.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sure
these
they
guys,
were.
They looked. They had the look on them, and the feeling I got off of them is, if I were to answer something wrong, it wouldn't have been a second thought for them to just flat out shoot me. I mean, that's the feeling I got.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
you're
they
not
were
alone in that
armed.
either. And then
Well,
your
then
phone,
like-
your phone and YouTube issues. See, there's a lot of us that have been out there that have ended up having those kind of problems. The place I just left, there was a black box that ended up on a pole that nobody would, verify that belonged to them, and I started losing videos. I mean, I had a picture of a Sasquatch at the bottom of my screen that actually came up to my second story window, and you could see its head at the bottom of my screen, and that video disappeared the very next day. And then
What you just mentioned, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
You're
I
fine.
don't want it to slip. You said that you had found a black box.
Yep.
Did it look like your electric box on the outside of the house with a lid
yeah,
closed
and it was
downward
yeah,
and
it was
had a padlock on it?
yeah, and it was up it was up on a telephone pole.
Oh my gosh, that area out there where I do all the recording at,
Yeah.
the far end where I ran into the game warden that had them two men with him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was right there after I had the encounter with them or just before, but where I parked the car at and I cross over that little bridge is still there that my father had put up.
Yeah.
And I park at the gate because they don't allow you to drive past it. And the bridge is right there to the right side of the car where that pole the gate hangs on had a little metal black box.
Yep.
It was probably, I'd say, 4.5 to 5 inches wide,
Yep.
about 8 or 9 inches in height,
Yep.
and probably 3 inches thick. And it had a padlock
Yep.
in the center on the very bottom.
Yep, and that was up on a telephone pole outside. My son watched the guy put it up there, and then we called the electric company, we called the cable company, we called the phone company, we called everybody, and nobody said it was theirs. They all said, well, it's
Did
not
you-
ours, check so-and-so, it's not ours, check so-and-so. Nobody knows who it was, and my son said there wasn't any sign on the vehicle, and they put it up there on the, and then I started having problems with my phone, I started having problems with my YouTube channel, I could hear the camo dudes across the street pull up with their battery-powered ATVs. They were listening on a conversation. I was talking to a friend of mine once, and you can actually hear them in the background. And I said, why don't you guys stop being covert and just say hello? If you have something you want to ask us, just ask us. And then they'd hang up. I mean,
You know
it happens
what's,
all the time.
Strange. Yeah. Hold on, girl. Hold on, just a minute.
My dogs just took off in the backyard. Just took off into the woods.
Are y'all in here? Okay. Oh, good. Good night. I'm sorry. I'm trying to let, we got our dogs separated into two groups because two don't get along. You want to go potty? Come on. But it's strange what you're saying. To put that box up, and you guys were having electronic problems.
Yep.
And when that had happened up there, I didn't have problems with my phone during that time. But when I pulled my car up, I hunted, I want to say 4 days or 5 days in a row. And I don't camp up there. I don't camp anywhere because of the encounter I had in Marietta, the bad one.
Yeah.
So I don't camp no more. I'm still a little too scared to do that. But anyhow, I think it was the second day that I went up there. I seen the box. The very first day that they put it up. Because the day before, it wasn't there, and I parked the same spot every time I go up, if I'm at that end. And I pull up to the pole, so when I'm leaving the woods and I cross that ditch, I'm right there at the passenger side of my car. And if I walk around the front of it, the pole is right there. And when I pulled up, there's nothing on it. And the day after, the following day, I pulled up and that black box is on it. It's a metal black box.
Yep. It's the same thing they put on my pole right outside my house.
Well, I walked up and looked at it. There's no wires going into it. There's no power supply externally.
Nope.
There's no lights. It's just like a
black
box
box
on the side of the house.
Yep.
But when I left that first day that I seen it, when I came out, I only hunted, I think, to about noon or a little after. And I come out, I crank the car up, and usually I'll crank the car, I'll let it idle for about 5 minutes before I go anywhere. And my father was a mechanic, and I blew up my very first car, which was that old Chevy Nova. And I got in a lot of trouble over it because I would jump in it, crank it, throw it, and drive, and I was gone. And in wintertime, I took off, and what he called local overheating, it caused the block of the motor to crack. And, well, it lessons learned.
Yeah.
Even to this day, anything I crank up, chainsaw, anything, I let it run for a few minutes before I start idling it up. Well, I cranked the car up, and I got my phone, and I sent Kim a text to tell her I was leaving and coming home in case something happens. And as I'm looking at the screen of the phone waiting for her reply, on my car, my park light is red, and the reverse light is red, and then the drive light and the other two drive lights are all green. Well, over the top of the phone, where the speedometer is, where the whatever gear I'm in, where it shows up, I see a green flashing, and I look, and it's my drive, the drive D is flashing, green flashing. And when you put it in drive, it's solid green.
Right.
But it was still in park. I just cranked the car up.
Something was disrupting that signal. Yeah. That's, like I said, that's the same thing that happened to me out there at the property in Arkansas.
Well, the next day, I left here, and I went up there to go hunting again, and no problems with the drive thing. It concerned me when that happened.
Yeah.
So I'm watching my gauges. I get all the way up there, no problems. I park, I go hunting, I come back out, crank the car up, no problems. I put it in reverse after it's warmed up. I back up about 10 feet, and the green drive light starts blinking again. And I'm in reverse. But it's not doing it now. It hadn't done it since, but it done it 4 or 5 different days. And that box isn't there now. It's gone. Because I pulled up, I want to say about 2 months ago, when I went in there and I've seen they burned it. I went down to that spot and I went to see, what all they burned, and the area in that. If you remember that video where the game warden and the two men in black.
Yeah.
When I left them and I went down into that swamp so they couldn't follow me.
Yeah.
To where I could sit for a minute and try to listen to them, and then I was recording. That's Florida wetlands, and you know how the law is here.
Yeah.
You kill a weed in a stated wetland, you're in serious trouble.
Yeah.
Well, they burned it.
Oh my gosh.
I have never seen the forestry ever. They do not burn the wetlands. They're not allowed to.
Yeah, I know.
And they burned it. The cypress trees that are on the out edge of it, they burned it. The trees are still alive, but all the small ones, the ones that were like 7 or 8 foot, they're toast.
Oh my gosh. I was actually tempted on driving back to the house in Arkansas to see if that black box is still there.
When we're not doing it yet, but our future plans, which will be in the next couple of years, we're going to be moving to Arkansas.
Oh no.
Jim's daughter lives up there, and she wants to be close to her daughter.
Where?
I don't want to be close to him because,
God.
The husband, he's almost my age, and he refuses to work, and so his wife has to work 2 jobs to support him. And when she gets home, he'll order her to go fix his coffee, to rub his feet, and it's degrading, and it just does not set with me good. And I don't want to be near it. But
we're in Arkansas, do you know?
Where they live in a place called Mountains View.
Mountain View. I know exactly where it's at.
Yeah, that's where they live. And I told Kim I want to be no closer than an hour's drive from them. And I told her why. And I'm not going to have them come up and try to move in on us. And Kim had a really nice vehicle. And just I think it had about 2,000 miles on it, brand new. And he wanted to buy it from her on payments, and I told her, don't do it. Do not do it. Well, they went down, and he conned her into the only way he could get a tag on it to drive it over there is she has to sign it over to him, and she fell for it. And, I think he gave her $75 in 3 years, and they already sold it. Anyway, I told her, you need to follow your heart. Don't listen to your head. Follow your heart.
Let me tell you this. The Bible says the heart is the most deceptive. So that's a very hard thing to do is follow your heart, because your heart is very deceptive. It's very easy to be fooled by your heart,
Yeah.
And so, it's a sticky situation. I'm very well aware of, I've been around a lot of that. I can totally relate, but when your heart's involved, hon, you're going to do things that you normally wouldn't do. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, you kind of nailed me on that one.
Yeah.
There's so many times I've helped people when we were not in the position to help. We needed help ourselves, and I put us in worse trouble.
Us too. We do the
I
same
think
thing.
The forked tongue has gotten me through my life worse than my heart. But when I was in Kentucky, up the road from our home, our son-in-law, the one that lives over there, I asked him if he would go up with me and help me. I had to finish cutting a load of firewood. And it's, I think we were 11 miles north, on the exact road that we live on now, but 11 miles north. Right on the side of the highway, we pulled the truck over in the trailer, and everything was turned off, and I got a big wagon, and we were dragging it. I'd already cut everything earlier that day, so we were just going back, loading it up, and it was the last load. And so we pulled the wagon, and they were clearing this road to make it wider. And so all this real thick forested area, they cut out about 100 feet of it, all the way down for miles. And we were getting the logs together, and the woods right there beside us was brush, really thick, about 20 foot tall, real thick. And there were still a lot of trees down. When the road crew cleared the trees, they allowed me to come through there and cut out what I wanted for firewood. And so there were a stack of these huge oak trees laying over, and we could hear this thing, and it's coming toward us at a really, really fast clip and moving. But you could hear the individual, that thudding sound, the footsteps, and he was just trampling the brush coming toward us. And so we got on top of one of the fallen oak trees. And, well, he says, what do you think that is? Is that a bear? I said, no. I said, listen, that's 2 feet. Listen to it. Well, it's getting close, like really close. And it stopped about 30 feet from being in the open. And we were around 10 or 12 feet from the edge of this brush pile. But we were on top of this oak, about 5 foot high, off the ground. We were standing on it. And it stopped. And we could see the trees as it was coming. There were a few saplings in here, in this thick growth, and they were probably 15 foot tall. And one of them would shake violently, and I don't know if he kicked it or bumped it, but as he passed, he didn't stop moving, and it would shake violently. And then as he was getting closer, another one would do it, and right in path of where he was coming, and then he stopped, and a deep, very evil sounding breathing, very husky breathing. I mean, it echoed like it was in a barrel.
Yeah, that's anger.
And
I think when they do that, when they do that, it's angry. When they're, not from running, not because they can silence themselves in a heartbeat, but when they're doing that, huffing like that, in that deep breathing, I think they're angry, because I've only heard that a couple of times. And
I think that was the only time I heard it like that. But he started growling at us. Yeah,
he was angry.
It cut through you.
Yeah.
I mean, you could feel a vibration in you from the sound, the sound waves, I think.
Yeah.
But and he got scared. I was already scared when it was coming straight to us. My anxiety hit the ceiling.
I'm sure it did.
I was expecting it's fixing to step out, and this thing is heavy.
Yeah.
You could hear and we didn't see it. We never laid eyes on it. But the bipedal walking and the heavy thudding, the ground shaking thudding, there's only one creature that I know that does that. And I'm sure there's more, but I've only witnessed one.
Yeah.
And that's when I was expecting, and he stopped and started growling and snarling, and it wasn't, I hear the growling almost every time I go out up there, but it's not an evil, like an angry growl, if that makes any sense. It's a growl, but it does not feel threatening. That doesn't even sound right, but when I hear it, it scares me because I know there's something there.
Is yours is it a grunt or is it a growl?
No, well, this it may be grunts that I'm hearing normally.
Yeah.
But it doesn't scare me. I've heard some that I know without a doubt are grunts, but there's these other ones, and I call them a growl because it's kind of rapid. Like
yeah, that's a grunting. That's grunting. When they growl, it's a low, deep. That's a growl. But the grunting is
that's what this one was.
Yeah, that's a
This
growl.
was a low. It was so throaty
Yeah,
sounding.
yeah.
But he snarled. If you ever seen a dog, if they're just about to lock up in two big dogs fixing to fight, and when they start growling and then they snarl in between the growls, like when they're breathing in, that just real frightening snarl.
Yeah.
That's what this thing was doing. But it was coming through 15-inch speakers with the volume wide open.
Yeah.
So loud.
Yeah.
And so close to us. And
Yeah, it's not funny. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at you. I promise you. It's just I know exactly what you're saying.
well, I wanted to leave, but I didn't want to speak. I was hoping, since I couldn't see it, that it couldn't see me.
Yeah.
And I was hoping, Daniel, I'm not going to say nothing. Maybe he's not going to say nothing, and it'll move on. It sat there, and it stopped growling, but it's breathing. You can hear it real long, drawn out, kind of a raspy breathing. And then it turns, and it takes off away from it. And the speed it was going through that,
Yeah.
it's not possible.
Yeah.
This stuff is so thick. I honestly do not believe you could have fired a high-power rifle in any direction into that stuff at 4-foot height or 5-foot height, and it wouldn't go no further than 20 or 30 feet. It's that thick. You can't see in it at all. And I mean, there's nothing on the ground. Right at the edge where they cleared it, you could see about 2 feet into it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no leaf clutter. There's nothing on the ground. It just, it's weird. But that's what it was in. And when he turned and took off away from us, he come, as we were facing him, he was coming, we were facing, I think it would have been due east. But he came to us from east-northeast direction. And he angled straight to us. And then he stopped. And he was close, really, really close. And I knew he was going to come out into the open. And we had nowhere to go. I was 150 yards from the truck, and I can't physically run at all. And my son-in-law would have left me. And he's fast as a snake, and I would have been there by myself. And, with a wagon, the chainsaw was halfway between us and the truck, and there wasn't nothing I could have done.
Yeah.
So I was hoping, he wouldn't come out. But when he turned, he went almost due east, straight in. He didn't go back the way he came. He went almost straight away from us. But you could see the tops of the brush as he was steaming through there, and he was moving so fast, but there was no thudding. The thudding was when where you could feel the ground, you could feel the vibration.
Right.
That was as he was coming to us.
Right. He wanted you to hear him. Yeah.
He was 100 yards away from us when we heard it, and that's why we got on top of that fallen oak, and we could see the trees shaking, the young trees. We could see him as this thing's coming to us, and you could hear every step. But when he left, you couldn't hear that thud. It was just nonstop breaking of tree limbs and standing up and toward we could see over the top of that stuff. You could literally, it was like a missile was shooting through it. You could see exactly where he was at. Everything was being plowed down, like in front of him. You could see it as he went away from us. And what made it so scary was the speed that this thing moved.
Exactly.
I don't know of an animal that fast, of any animal, including birds. I don't know of anything. The distance he covered, it had to have been probably 200 yards before he got into the real tall trees, and then the sound stopped. But that distance, which should have took him a deer in that, probably would have took him close to a minute. If it were a deer running wide open, it it probably would have took him about a minute to get
Yeah.
to the trees back there.
Right.
He was back there 10 or 12 seconds.
Good grief.
Just, I've seen him move. I've seen him shoot through the pines up here to where you do get flashes of the entire creature. And they are so fast, phenomenally fast. And this thing was faster than any I've ever seen. And just, but we never laid eyes on it.
And
we
it's
never even seen a hint
It's
of the
weird
color.
because they're so big, they're so heavy. How can they be so silent, move so fast?
That's, I don't get it.
I don't either.
And like when they, as a kid, that one came and took my bicycle, it was within 6 feet of the tent. And we stayed up almost the entire night because of all the cracking of limbs all around the tent. But they never come close. They got probably within 30 feet of us, but they never got right up on us. And somehow, one of them came up 3 or 4 feet from the tent, picked up my bicycle, carried it 30 to 35 feet away from us, right to the edge of that road, and placed it in the top of this, like, 10 or 12 foot, it was probably over 12, but laid it on top of that tree, on top of the leaves.
I've got a story for you. A friend of mine was, he asked somebody about a piece of property, and he found out the history. The reason that he really wanted the property is because the gentleman that originally had bought it, he backed out of the property, and the real estate agent knew this friend of mine, and he said the reason he backed out is because he was going to build a barn there, and he had his ATVs there. When he got back to the property, his ATV was 15 feet in the air in a tree. And he turned around and he left, and he said he never came back. He never came back to the property. He just said he reneged on buying it and said he wanted nothing to do with it. And that's when a friend of mine said, you know, I'll move there. And so the realtor got together with another buddy of his, and they bought the property, and he was doing his Sasquatch stuff there. He's passed away since then. So, let me tell you, that it made me laugh because I was there and I looked up in that tree, and I just can imagine an ATV sitting up in the tree. You're talking about a bike, and we're talking about an ATV.
Yeah, them things are what, 500 pounds?
Yeah, who's gonna put an ATV up in a tree? You know, and if it was a machine that did it, there would have been machine prints on the ground that did it. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tell you that I would love very much for you to come back on. We're going on 4 hours, 236 minutes. Yeah. So I would like to have you back on again so we can discuss it further. And it was great. I mean, I love it. This is what I like about doing it this way. We just have a conversation. You know, we don't have to. It's just a conversation. You can talk. You can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk what's nice about it is people will get on and they'll ask questions sometimes, and sometimes they'll just go away and come back later on and turn it on in the middle of the night and listen to the whole show, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So, but
if you would remind me whenever you decide to have me back on, remind me to tell you about the Indian sounds.
Okay.
And I'll explain to you, this was the same area that I get the activity where I was sitting at. I told you that see-through thing.
Yeah.
Walked down the road and I could see the steps.
Yeah.
But I didn't see him until he almost got even with me. That exact this Indian sound thing happened out of that exact tree I had my chair on.
Well, that's exactly why I wanted to have you back on, because I know there's a lot more that you've got, and I want to break it up because I know there's some things that you and I talked about that you haven't brought up this time, so I'll remind you, and then next time, you know, I'll bring it up to you again so you can fill everybody in and let them know, what's going on. There's, like I said, you've got so many stories, and I love your channel, and
Thank you.
I haven't been on anybody's channel. I mean, nobody's channel. You know, so I've been trying very hard to get this homestead a homestead. You know, my husband and I have been working nonstop, and I haven't even been able to go live in so long. It's crazy. I'm surprised anybody's here. They probably all forgot me. But anyway, but anyway,
The Lord will provide a way. You're answering what your calling is.
yeah.
He'll put everything in order. You just
Well,
got to be there to listen and move on.
I
You got
know.
our support for sure.
Well, I'm glad and I appreciate it. And like I said, I really want you to come back, you know, and I don't care if it's 2 days or 2 months. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, you can come back in the next couple days if you want and finish your stories or even tomorrow night. I don't really care. You know, I just want to break it up because it's been so long. And, and I know there's a lot of people that have left. And so I want them to be, they're going to listen to it later, I promise you, because it's so interesting. But I want you to come back on because I know if it takes another 4 hours, you know, of conversation, that's great for people to listen to, especially when they want to go to bed. They'll turn this stuff on and they'll listen and you'll get, let's see, Martha said, tell Rosie and Kim hello.
They're in bed right now, but I absolutely.
I'm surprised you're not in bed. You know? Are you there? Oh, call failed.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voice.
Hey, Ryan. Well, I gotta wait for him to call back now. Denny. The dogs.
What about them?
They're out. They're gone again. Hello.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Anyways, I just. Anyways, I would. Yeah, I was just saying I would love to have you come back on and share the rest of your story with us, and then come back and visit sometimes. I know you go to bed early, but maybe some night when you can't sleep, just look and see if we're on, because this family is usually together at night pretty late. And
Oh yeah. Well, I redid the what you told me to unsubscribe and then redo it.
yeah,
So hopefully I'll get them.
yeah,
Because I do more listening on YouTube than I actually do watching. Because there's not a day that goes by that I'm not outside engaged in something.
yeah.
We have to be out with the goats daily.
But we love that.
Oh, I absolutely love it.
But we love it.
So strange. You know, we're supposed to have nice weather, and you were talking about the bad weather you have coming in.
Yeah.
I'm outside right now bringing the dogs out, and I'm getting raindrops hitting me, and the sky is lighting up. I don't hear no thunder,
Yeah.
but we're definitely getting lightning, and it's starting to rain.
Figures. Hold on a second. Denny? Oh, stupid dogs. Ugh. They took off again, and it makes me mad because I don't know where they're going, and it's too late, and I've had to lock them up the past 2 nights because they're going on the neighbor's property, and they have cows, and I'm afraid that the neighbor,
Oh,
I'm afraid they're going to get shot, you know? Anyway.
yeah.
All right, well,
Yeah,
either way.
Remind me the encounter in Mariana. That's the one I call the bad encounter.
Right.
Because I will forget. I hope I don't. But remind me to tell you about the underground lake.
Okay, and the Indian stuff.
Uh,
I'll remember. And
yes.
like I said, I don't care if it's tomorrow that you call back. I don't care when it is. Just text me and tell me you're ready, and I'll do it again. But I want you to be comfortable.
Okay.
You know, I want you to be comfortable,
Oh,
relaxed.
yeah, I'm always comfortable. I'm not in a rush for anything except for the day the Lord will come and get me.
Amen.
I've been ready for that one.
Amen.
Outside of that, I take it one day at a time, and I've had a lot of good teachers these last few years, and my life's on a different path, the same direction, but I'm on a different road to get there,
Yeah.
and it's a better place for me, for all of us. But I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me. It was an absolute blessing to talk with you again.
Well, same here, and I look forward to you coming back on. And like I said, just email me or text me and let me know you're ready, and I'll be glad to have you on again. And I don't care how long or how short it is. But
Absolutely.
you, thank you very much for giving us your time. We really appreciate it. Love hearing everything that you have to say. You've got so many things to tell, and I really love what you're doing with the goats. I mean, we were talking, my husband and I were talking about getting goats, but we need fencing before we do that. But I actually learned that goats don't eat everything from your channel.
Yeah, they don't. Absolutely don't.
Ah, that was adorable.
I'll have to do a short clip to show, because I had so many people say that exact thing. Goats eat everything, and they don't. But if you stick something up to them that they don't like, they do a snort, and they will blow out of their nose, and they make a noise out of their mouth at the same time.
Yeah.
And usually you get goat snot on you.
Ooh.
They blow hard, but they also blow loose at the other end at the same time, and it's a rejection thing. I am not having that. It's their way of saying no, and it is hilarious. But I'll have to take some of the stuff we have growing here that they don't like, and I need to get a little video clip of that. They just done it to me today. Our goats love sweet tea, and
Yeah.
so when we're drinking tea, if we're out there, they come up, and we'll let them take a drink right out of the cup we're drinking from. They're clean animals. They don't chew tobacco. They don't do anything other than eat what you give them. And so he thought that I had my cup of sweet tea, because when I'm on the tractor, I got a big cup of sweet tea and the identical same cup of water. So I got 2 drinks with me.
Yeah.
And I went, Kim brought me out some fresh water, so I got off the tractor to meet her at the fence. And Splinter, that's the very first goat we started with, he blew a bucket of nose goblins on the top, the lid to my, I got the imitation Yeti cups.
Yeah.
Go inside and scrub my cup out. It's funny how they'll reject something, and they do have a sense of humor to them.
Oh,
I'll have
good.
to get that and post it one day. I think everybody get a kick out of it.
Yeah, it's
Dee,
nice.
it was so good. I had a blast talking with you, and I miss it. It's been a long time since we spoke through the email and the chat and conversation.
Exactly. And now that we have each other's number, you're welcome to call whenever you want. And like I said,
and you as well.
and you can call, you can come on, because anybody on the chat knows that they can call me and come on. You know, I mean, that's just how it goes. So this is, like I said, a family, and we just, if you got something to say or you just want to be heard, get on here, and you're welcome. So,
I got a story that was sent to me, and the guy doesn't want me to share it. I'm going to email him back, and if he'll let me share it with you, but not give any of the details of him and his brother or any of the information of who they are.
Okay.
If he'll let me do it, you've got to hear what happened to him.
Okay.
To the 2 of them.
Oh, you got me excited now. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me.
It is insane, and I hope he'll respond. I did email him. This is before I talked to you earlier.
Uh-huh.
Because I need to get his story out, but I'm not going to do it because he asked me not to.
Okay.
And he wanted some advice on what to do, and I told him I really don't know. Everybody that you're going to meet that's had encounters, and I don't care how many they've had or how old they are, nobody knows. We don't know the answers to these things.
Yeah.
That's
true. That's the truth, because what works for one person might not work for the next. You might end up getting that person hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been fortunate. I've not been hurt, and I believe I was almost lost my life.
Well, I think there's a reason, though. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I really think there is a reason, going back to that gentleman, that they contacted you. You might be able to tell them exactly what to do, and that's why they contacted you. So maybe your way is the right way, and nobody else's would be. So if you have an inkling to tell them something or give them a suggestion, I think you should.
I've never looked at it that way.
Yeah, because he didn't contact anybody else. He contacted you. And if you've contacted a bunch of other people, but he only trusts you, then there's got to be a reason for it, hon.
Yeah, I'm the only one that's got his story according to what he's told me.
There you go. So there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to think that one through because it makes so much sense. And in other aspects of life, what you just said is the way that I live. That's my standards to most of the things that I do.
Right, same here.
But I've never applied that to these things because
It's all
there's
part of
more
life.
unknown.
But it's still all part of life, you know? It's still all part of life.
They are, and we know what they look like. And we know they're big and they're fast, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's not, yeah, we don't know anything else.
And I do think I got a friend in one up at the property. We'll have to talk about I tried to do the gifting thing, and just the outcome of that was really odd. It wasn't bad, but it was not what I was expecting or hoping for. It was just off the path completely.
Well, tell us.
Up at our property, there's a section of the property. It's only 10 acres, but on the property line, on the see what side that is, west. On the west side, that's a very large property. I think it's 160 acres there, and it's all wooded. And they used to lease it to people to hunt it, and they're not hunting it no more. Hey, buddy, stop. And that's where these things were coming through. I found 2 deer heads that were right there, and I brought them home. And I thought, it's awful odd the way they were set up. It was like they were set up intentionally. They were right side by side, and it was only the head. Still had flesh on them, still had the eyes in it. I mean, it was the whole head.
Wow.
And they were both bucks. They both had horns, both legal bucks if you were hunting. Well, I brought them home, and they sat here for a couple of weeks.
Yep, I think that was our first conversation you and I had. I told you to bring them back. Remember?
Yeah.
Yep.
I ended up, I got them out of here. I took them back, and I put them a little further back by the water.
Mm-hmm.
But the flesh was untouched. There were no bugs on it at all.
Yep,
When I found them, they sat here for a while, and no bugs. All the flesh still intact. And it bothered me so much, I did a live stream, and I showed them. And for people could get a close look at it and see, there were no maggots. There was nothing on them. And it was the strangest thing I've ever seen. But that same area, there's a tree that had fell years ago, and the root, excuse me, the root ball kicked up, all the dirt's washed off of it, most of it's rotted away now. And it was a small tree, just probably 5 or 6 inches in diameter, so it wasn't a big root ball. But it's big enough I could put little items on the different branches of the root as gifts. And, well, I put some these glass, they're not marble, they're like rocks, but they're made of glass.
Mm-hmm.
They're really pretty. I think it was a blue one and a clear one, or 2 clear ones, and just odds and ends. I put an oyster shell on one, and just little different things. And I come back, they took the blue little glass rock, they took it. And then I bought another one, they took it, and they took the clear one. And then one time they rearranged the stuff that was on it, but they didn't take nothing. And I was trying to figure out what else can I bring up there. And I had several people tell me, don't start putting food out because they'll get accustomed to it when the food's not there.
They'll get mad.
If you got bad ones, they can get mad.
Yep.
And so I decided against, no food. We'll do gifts, literal gifts. And I brought a baseball up there, and I set the baseball in the root. And I let it sit, I think it was a week, maybe 2. And we went back up there, and I started filming when we pulled up on the property. I went ahead and started recording. because if anything had changed, they took it. I wanted to catch the walk to where I could watch it back if there was something that they'd done, if they returned a gift or anything that I did not see when I was there, because I miss a lot with my eyes.
Yeah.
And I won't see it until I watch the playback. Well, so I get there and I'm recording, and I get back to where that little stump is, that little root that they put these gifts on, and there's, I thought it was hair, like wads of hair, like a wool jacket, and it was everywhere. And then I found the baseball. The skin was ripped off, the outer skin, and there's these this hairy stuff
Yeah, the
on
fibers.
the inside.
Yeah.
And it was strung out everywhere. It was all over the bushes. I mean, they destroyed that baseball. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I thought they had I cut a golf ball open when I was younger. I've never cut a baseball open. And I thought they had a wooden ball. I don't know where I'd heard that, but I thought they had a big wooden ball inside of them.
No.
And they covered it. And somebody had commented and said that they put these a bunch of strings inside of them.
Yeah,
And
there's different kinds of
they-
fibers. They probably
Yeah,
tried
yeah.
to eat it and realized it wasn't food and got mad and tore it apart.
Well, that's somebody else said that, because the skin part, when I was picking it up, it had a stickiness to it,
Yep.
to the outside.
Yep, that's their
And-
saliva. Yep.
It stunk. Oh, geez, it was awful.
Yep.
But I zoomed in on it really close, and somebody was saying they could see teeth marks. And looking at it in the sunlight, it was hard to see. But when I held it down and I put the phone over it and looking through the screen, I could see the indentions. It was so neat. I couldn't see them with my eye. But we ended up, I left it there, and a few days later I went ahead and got the strings and all that out, because I didn't want that stuff just hanging around. And when I got home, looking at that cover to that baseball, it's got teeth marks in it.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Like
Yeah.
they were chewing on it like gum.
Yep.
They chewed it up. but we've had, there's been a lot going on. There's a lot of odd stuff, and I do not believe it's the big guys. I think it's something else. And we debated last year about letting the property go. We're still paying on it, but we were seriously thinking about getting rid of it, because you get a really bad feeling in that little area. But we went up there last year, and I cut a path when we first got the property. I cut a path all around it. It's not around the perimeter, but it kind of zigzags all around the property where we could park and walk around it to look for the deer without making noise. This path, I've done it with my riding lawnmower. So it's a 42-inch path, and we'll rake the leaves off about once every month or so you can move down it and be quiet. And down this path, there's one print. It looked like the hoof print of a horse, a small horse. This print was about the size of a coffee cup, just a regular coffee. It's about 35 or 40 feet to the side, and landed there, which he would have really left an indentation in that sand, and there was none. There were no other tracks, just where the first hoof print, and we followed him. And I was telling Kim, I said, that's two legs, because a horse double steps like a deer does.
Right.
And there is no double step. It's 1 foot, 1 foot. It's a biped with feet of a horse, small feet.
Wow.
The little horseshoe was, if you pick up a 6-ounce coffee cup, a standard coffee cup, the rim of it, if you would cut out a little section to where the rest of it made a horseshoe,
Mm-hmm.
it was almost that size. I mean, it was small. and it just started, and it went
Goat man, huh?
it went about 50 or 60 feet, and then there was a step, and then nothing, and there was nowhere for it to go. It was all sand, and
Freaky.
there's no trees for him to jump into. It's just sand, and it just stopped.
Freaky.
And we came back. This was last year. We went back up. We checked. We go up there every month. Sometimes 3 or 4 times. Sometimes just once. But we're up there every month. And this year, I think it was March. It was either February or March. It was still cool out. And we found those hoof prints again. But they didn't go as far that they walked the first time. There was probably 100 or 110 steps the first time. This time there was about 20. But the same size, the same print. And it started where the first time we seen it, where the last step was taken, this one started right there. That was the first step. And it was like it was backtracking, but it didn't go that far, and it just stopped.
Man, I'd be out there playing Christian music and praying and praying and praying, and that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, we've prayed over it several times, and I've got a lot of my beliefs are stemmed off of my DNA, and I've got a very strong belief that in order for me to bless that land, we have to have it paid off to where it is ours, 100%. And then that's when I take my shoes off, put my bare feet on the ground, and we bless it. We walk it, pray in the Spirit, and we bless it. But I'm weird about that. For me to bless it now, I've only got half the permission to bless it because we have a mortgage.
Yeah.
And the mortgager is the other owner. And it's got to be us that owns it outright. And then, that's my beliefs on it. It's like praying over your children. I have full rights over mine, no matter their age. And I can commit them to the Lord. If they're not doing right, I can commit them for Him to do whatever He has to get them saved.
Yeah.
But I don't have the authority to commit Kim's children.
I think when he said that children are a blessing, I think he also said that children are lent to us. And so
Yes.
everything that we have is lent to us. We own nothing.
That's right.
So
Come here with nothing, we leave with nothing.
right. So we don't own anything. We'll never own, even if we paid it off, our property. We don't own our children. We don't own anything. Everything is lent to us. And when we stand before Him, He's just going to ask us, what we've done with Him, not what we've done with our children, not what we've done with our land,
Yes.
And so
the only thing we're given is authority over.
Right. That's right. And He said that He gave us the authority to tread on serpents and we have authority over, dominion over the animals and stuff like that. But He didn't say, because He did say to eat certain things. But he also said later on, that the first commitment to the Lord, all the commandments in the first didn't work. So the second was to love your Lord, your God, with all your heart, your strength, your might, your soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself, thus fulfilling the law. So you do all that and you fulfill the law. So basically, loving is key. And if you're able to love with a pure heart, which not a lot of us are able to do, but if you love with a pure heart, then He blesses the works of your hands, because to Him, love is everything. That's what He is. He's love. I think the things that we're given in this life and what we do with them is what causes us to either be stronger in our faith or weaker in our faith, either to be able to see past someone's flaws, to love them unconditionally, or to get bitter and walk the other direction. So no matter what it is that we're doing, I don't care whether it's out researching Sasquatch or hunting or raising our kids or watching YouTube videos. I think bottom line is the Lord has us here for a purpose, and whatever the purpose is, like I said before, there's a reason or a season that people are put together. And in this instance, I think all the people that are on this channel and on your channel, we are all supposed to be there for each other for a reason. You know, I don't think it's seasonal. I think there's a reason for it, especially in these, what I consider end times. So,
yes, we all have work.
right.
We have work to do. And
Right.
it's not one job pays for all of this, and we have nothing on top of that. But the Lord provides everything that we need.
We're in the same boat.
We struggle.
We're in the same boat.
Through faith in Him, it all is taken care of. And it's hard, and the human side of me steps in a lot, and I do stress over it. And I have to remember at the end of the day, He that brought me here is He that controls and takes care of my problems.
That's right.
But I have to have faith in Him to do that. He is our Father.
That's right.
And with these goats, you know, what was it He said? There is a place in my kingdom for all of my creation.
Right.
And if people say that the animals don't go to heaven, then why does the Lord Yeshua, Christ Jesus, why does He return on a horse? Where'd that horse come from? You know?
Yeah.
And
we love our...
When He blew the Spirit into us, our spirit is going to return to the Lord, to the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
And He blew that spirit, that breath. And if it's a living, breathing animal, it has the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And it may not be in the same part of the kingdom that we inherit, but they're going to be there. They're there somewhere.
That's
And we
right.
created them before He made us.
That's
so they're
right.
definitely high up on His list. So we do our best to take care of them. But these goats have given us a peace that I did not know existed, and I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's what made your channel. I mean, everybody has their own. You know. I mean.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, you know, we had. I've had several people contact me, and their desire is everything and anything Bigfoot. And they were wanting me to change the name of the channel. They like the videos, but they want the channel changed. And I tried to explain to them, you know, the name of our channel is not the product. Standing Goats Rescue is our life. And going out looking for the big guys and filming what I find, that is part of our life. And it's all part of Standing Goats Rescue. Down to the meals that Kim prepares for us. All of this is part of the rescue. And we were led to do this by the Holy Spirit, and I have there's not even a doubt in either one of us that we were not guided for this. This is where we were meant to be. And like I told you earlier, before we got into the goats, the two animals that I didn't want to have anything to do with was a goat and a house cat.
Yep.
And one of the two animals that I like the least on this planet is the one that the Lord placed in my life. And this is the route you're taking. And it was hard in the beginning. I obeyed and did what I believed He was telling me, and it has done things that on paper cannot work out. The math does not add up at all.
Yep.
And to this day, our outgoing exceeds our income by far, and we have no extra. We make no side money.
Right.
So how does that happen?
By the Lord. By the Lord.
That's right.
And
we're not behind on anything. Everything is paid. Nothing is late. And it's the same every month. But if you put it on a calculator, we're in the negative, several $100s. But once I make all the payments, we have usually between $200 and $300 to get us through the month. And how? We should be negative almost $600. but we're to the positive. How does that happen? And at our church, we believe in apostles and prophets. We believe in that. And our apostle at the church, because I brought my bills to him, and I brought my check stub. And I showed him, this is what I make. I don't have a side job. I have nothing. They won't let me work because I'm high risk because of the bone disease. And I said, Apostle, add it. This is my bills. They're $300 more than I make. But everything's paid. And I said, I've tried for months. I cannot understand this. And he glanced at it. He didn't look it over. He just glanced. And he looked at me and started smiling. And he's like Pappy, a really, really wise man. And Apostle says, son, our calculator don't run on the same batteries
Nope.
as Father's. He said, and he said something to me that I never thought about. He said, what has the Almighty God always done? What has he always used throughout creation? And I didn't know the answer. I had no idea. And I said, I don't know. And he said, numbers. Everything that he has designed, from the seasons of the year to the strand of DNA, everything is based on numbers.
Yep.
He said, now, who is the mathematical genius? Us as humans, or he that speaks creation into existence? And it blew my mind. I said, oh, my Lord, I never thought about that. And he said, when you fall out of obedience and you're not doing what he's calling you to do, then your math will start adding up. He said, you will lose everything. When you're obedient, he will provide. He will continue to provide. And 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, I kept tabs on every month how our bills, we never had enough to pay the bills. And something would happen every month, and we would get the exact amount that we needed, whether it was 100 or it was 600 for that month. If we needed it the next day, which normally it was within 2 or 3 days of paying the bills, we were short that much. And we would step out of the car, and it would be sitting right there on the ground. Just odd things happened. But 49 months in a row, every month, it happened. And it was around 4 years ago I quit counting. And to this day, it's the same thing every month. And we just don't worry with it no more.
No, he is faithful, and you got everybody. Yeah, he is faithful. That's all I can say.
Yes, he is. Well, I'll let you go. I can keep you tied up forever, and I apologize for that.
Oh, no, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
I'm ready whenever you are, and if you want to do it tomorrow night or the following night, just anytime, just text me when you're set up and you're ready, and I'll let you know where I'm at, how long it'll take me to get set down, and we'll go.
Okay, sounds good to me. Well, again, thank you very.
Evening.
Yep. Then again,
yes.
thank you very much. I appreciate your time, Donnie, and I appreciate our
Thank
conversation.
you.
And this was great, but it was really great, and I can't wait to have you back.
I can't wait to be back. I certainly enjoyed it, and I greatly appreciate you extending that offer to me.
Yeah, it's like I said, I don't have a time limit normally. We can just sit here all day and all night, but I know that we got a storm coming in, and I don't want us to drop another phone call, and I really want you back. So I'll cut you off short here and let you come back and finish your conversation.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful evening. God bless you and everyone else on here, and thank you for letting me be a part of you guys tonight. I greatly enjoyed it.
Thank you. Appreciate you big time, and we'll see you back here soon.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless you, hon. All right.
God bless you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, there you go, guys. I thought that was awesome. I love hearing his encounters. And he's got so much more. Hey, Chev. Welcome back. I didn't get to say goodbye to Bob. Yeah, I couldn't respond to you guys. You know, I I don't like cutting people off when they're talking, but the dogs took off back in the back, and I saw eye shine, and then the lightning lit up the backyard here, and I thought I saw the dog. You know, I thought the dog was back there, and she wasn't. She was right here at the bottom by my window, and so I was wondering what was white back there. And so, hey Ramona. And so lightning lit up the sky again. I looked in the same place and there was nothing there. So I'm wondering if she's not going around the other direction, you know, and she, because it was small to the ground. So I'm pretty sure it was Bella, because she's the only thing that's white that's out there. But I don't know. Anyways, there's, and did you hear the owl? Hey, Pammy. It was a good night. Lots to be said. You know, he's a really nice guy, and I'm glad that he decided to allow me to let him share his story. I hope he can get permission from that other guy. But did you hear that owl? That owl is not right, is it? That's a barred owl, but you know, that's how I talk to these guys at night sometime. You know, I just woo, you know, and they do the same thing. It's freaky because they don't finish it. There's no trill at the end of it, never. It's always woo woo, you know, but not the trill at the end. Woo woo. And then it's gone. I mean, it's during the day too. Well, it was quite a few, and I saw eye shine right there by that light. One to the right, one to the left, and then it disappeared. The dogs were in the front at that time. Then they took off and went back there. But now I'm hearing nothing. I don't know if Denny put the dogs away. Yeah, the dogs were barking at the same time. How is everybody? I missed all you guys. I can't believe how many times this thing buffered. Buffer, buffer, buffer. Hey, Sass. Well, we'll definitely have him back. Yeah, Tony, I was outside with my husband at 10 o'clock in the morning, and an owl hooted right across the fence line. Whoo! I mean, whoo! That was it, and then gone. I'm glad you didn't go investigate. It's really weird. It's only midnight. Duct tape? What do you need duct tape for? I went through a whole roll of Gorilla duct tape. I love that stuff. Had to use some steel wool and duct tape, Gorilla duct tape, because we found mice. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your questions, Martha. Like I said, it was very hard to interrupt him, you know. There's some people that the conversation lapses and you can ask questions, and there's some people that they are just so loaded with so much stuff, you just let them talk. You don't interrupt him, you just let them talk. So but I didn't want him to think I wasn't listening, so I had to jump in. You know me, my big mouth. I'm not, oh, you think I'm staying put? No, I'm going to bed. I've been on here 4 hours. See, listen. That's my sleepy. I'm sleepy. Ready to go night night. Yeah, I know. I saw it, Pappy. It's not too nice. What are you two girls talking about with your pumpkins and your zucchinis? And every time I look down, you guys were talking about food. You gonna share seeds? You're adorable. So Bob's on his way home. Oh my gosh. Oh really? Wow, Martha. They missed you. They're going south. I mean, like heading right towards me. At least they're not cookies, Chev. Yeah, me too. I have a lot of the good seeds, you know, not the stuff you buy in the stores. Nom 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 nom. You guys were talking about tacos earlier. Of course, Jamie and her tacos. Hey, Barry. How are you? Nice to see you. I feel like a heel with all the people that I missed that came and went. Isn't it weird how this last two storms have come through, Ramona? It looks like a great big hurricane. You know, if you look at the radar, it looks like one great big massive hurricane. Well, I've got a mushroom patch going on as soon as my hothouse is up. Don't be sharing, Chev. Well, what was it, Pammy? Flight leaves in 6 hours. Oh, I bet you he's excited. Oh my gosh, that poor guy. He's been trying for so long to get out of there. Do you know, can you identify the mushroom, Ramona? Yes, I know you do, Chev. We gotta get back on track here. I got a lot of making up to do. What do you mean, Pammy? Turned into a lot of different things. I know, right, Bo? I can ask him when he's coming to visit me, though. Cha-ching! When you coming to see me, Bob? When you coming to see? I hope not, Pammy. Good grief. Oh, my stomach's doing flip-flops. Yeah, I know, right? Tony, I'll say, so, Bob, when you coming home? He'll be like, Dee, I've been home 3 months. Oh, well, just thought I'd ask. He said he's not doing any squatching at all when he gets back. He's done. He doesn't want to be anywhere near him. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll do that. Poor guy will probably hit me over the head with his cactus. He'll borrow a Martha's cactus and smack me with it. Of course, that if he smacks me, I'll have to come after you, Tony. Because it'll be your fault. Oh, you think so, huh? Probably not, Pappy. Hey, who's here? Catfish, and did you get me some? Yum, 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 yum. Freshwater, right? Oh, I saw. Oh, you didn't get nothing? Aw. I love catfish. I just saw a firefly. Just flew right in front of the window. That was cute, Sass. I can't wait to go fishing again. Oh, really? Then he's got his earphones on. I can't ask him. So what do you think of my fake light? I gotta get my license first, Ramona. I haven't even done any of that yet. Well, now that I know I can and I have a place to do it, this is very uncomfortable up here. I have to figure out another way, but what isn't fake? Yeah, they do. I can see the sky lighting up. You can't hear any thunder. Yeah, it's a tiki torch, but it's not the light, you know, like at the house, but it's not as bright. Excuse me. Ouch. Oh, my God. I can't lay down like this. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, ow, ow, ow. If you guys saw the position I'm in, you'd laugh your butt off. I should turn the camera around. You should see how I'm all scrunched up in a little ball up here. It's too funny. Hey, where did Matt go anyway? I saw him on here for a little bit. I saw Blues Brothers. I saw a lot of people on here I couldn't say hello to. And hello, my lurkers. Oh, that sounds really good, Sass. Hey, you're making me hungry. Oh, yeah. And I just had to redo all my cast iron. I got them all ready. They're up in the cupboard now. All ready to go. Matt's got his grandbabies. That's right, I forgot. I did see that. How's his wrist? That boy gets hurt as much as my kids used to. So in the beginning, if you go back to the beginning, good night, Pappy. God bless you. Thank you. Appreciate you, Pappy. Yeah, he broke it. Aww. Stop it, Chev. He's got to have a CAT scan? Why? Hugs, Peppy. Anyways, if you go back to the beginning of the video, when I stopped and looked up there at that bush pile, if you watch that when I first get started, you'll see there's a little spot there by the tree that's completely bare. You can see behind it. As the chat progresses, you know, as the conversation progresses, you'll see a little black something pop up. You'll see the leaves move a whole bunch, and then the black looks like it disappears again. It was pretty brief. There's the eye shine again. Did you see it? Eye shine. To the right of the light. Trying very hard not to see. Very dim. I'm not even looking that way, so maybe. Yep. Eye shine. Don't know what it is, though. Oh, now it's to the left of it. See? It moved. Whatever it is. Now it's to the left of the light. See it? See, my head's pointed in the other direction, so it doesn't know I'm looking at it. No, there's no cats here. Hey, Martha, are you inverted? It can't be a skunk. You know, that light, well, I guess it could be closer to the ground. Yep, I see the one lower, too. Oh, and I see the one straight ahead in the dirt pile. I mean, in the pile. Oh, yeah, who's here? Wait till I get to go back in the back and start filming some of the stuff I found. I just have so much to do. Yeah, I see 3 of them, too. And one of them's behind the wood pile. You can barely see it. See? It shows up and then it disappears. Remember where I said I saw that head? That's where I see the eye shine. Yeah, I'm on my phone, too. I'll just keep looking the other direction. Maybe they'll just keep looking at me. I don't know what they are, though. They could be tarantulas, you know. Tarantulas have big eyeballs. Ooh, look at that eye. Do you see that eyeball? Look at that. Check it out. Check it out. Good night, Pammy. God bless you. Spiders. I think the dogs would go crazy, Barry, if they were raccoons. These 2 dogs would probably have it eaten. God bless you too, Pammy. Rest well, hon. Now I'm wondering what's going on in the front yard. They do, don't they, Ramona? I saw my dog, the dog I used to have, was playing with something. When I shined a light on it, I saw eyeballs. And I went over there, and he had a tarantula on his nose. And he'd throw it off. He'd go and pick it up again and throw it off. He was playing with a stupid tarantula. One was dust. Yeah, see how bright that eye shine is? Look at that. Check it out. It's just a tiki torch. Oh, I want pecans. I like making nut rolls with pecans. Hey, Denny, did you put the dogs away?
Yep.
Dogs are put away.
Yep.
Hmm?
Yep. For the third time.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a little flame on top of the torch. I'm listening to see if I hear any noise at all. You hear that? What do you mean 6 eyes? Woo! I hear rain. Raindrops keep falling on my head. They're pretty small, though. But there's no way that there's rain on my screen because these are one of those push-out windows. Yeah, I see that. Look at them. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes, guys. Stop that, Tony. Yep, high up too. I see them. It's freaky, yo. Oh, I didn't even think about saying that here. Come on, babies. Yeah, I know, right? Look at all that. You guys seeing all those eyes? There's one down at the bottom. Somebody's got to be inverted to be able to tell me what it is. Martha, did you say you were inverted? Oh, I almost got to see that. Hello? Okay, Hannah. Fine. They're frogs. You hear that? They're frogs. All them eyeballs are frogs. Listen to them. Hey, we have one of those screaming frogs here. It's so funny because it sounds just like a baby goat. Ooh, look at that eye. Look at that eye looking right at me. Look at that. Check it out. Ooh, ooh. Them is bright. Come on, babies. Of course I miss you, Chev. I miss everybody. Don't you know? Look at them. Look at how bright the eyes are, guys. Who are you, huh? I don't know if frogs have high shine either. Ouch. Oh, this is not a very good, comfortable place. Look at that. It looks like they're blinking. Blink, 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 blink. It's not eye shine. It's got to be rain. No, screen can't get wet.
There's no rain.
Huh?
There's no rain.
Yes, there is.
No. Going south of us.
It's one big eyeball. Oh, there's another eyeball. Oop, there's another eyeball. Look at that one high up. They gotta be frogs. Do frogs have eye shine? Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? Look at that little one next to it. Whoa, that's pretty bright. You go chase them, Tony. I'm not going out there. What the heck? Whoa. See? There you go. Frogs have eye shine. There's some big eyeballs. There's some big frogs. Frog legs. Who wants frog legs? Yeah, whatever. Take you about a year to get here, Tony. I don't know what it is, tell you the truth, Ramona. I can't see squat. It's dark out there. It's gotta be rain. Maybe on the window? I figured you would, Tony. Yeah, I know what raccoons sound like, too. I fed them for a while. The torch? What is that, Denny? How far away is the torch from us?
About where the electric is, and it's about 5 feet off the ground.
How far away from here?
I don't know, 20 feet.
25 feet?
Yeah.
I see you.
5 feet off the ground.
Yeah, it's about 5 foot off the ground. Ooh, look at the one over there. You can see a head? Where? Look at all them eyeballs. They're everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at all them eyeballs. They gotta be frogs. Raccoons. Tarantulas. Can't be sassies.
Oh, I'd be more apt to think it's raccoons. Or rabbits.
Wabbits? Do wabbits, do they blink at you? I'm waiting for that big old owl to land someplace and me see its eyeballs. Freak out. Hello. Okay, Henna. What is that? You see the one to the far left, guys? There's a tree right there. It only pops up occasionally. I don't know, I think they're too small to be Sassy's eyes. Gosh, they're everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Let me try to blow you up. Hold on. Oops.
Probably an anaconda.
An anaconda. Oh my. Check it out, guys. It's gotta be rain on the window or something.
No.
Yes, it's gotta
See
be.
it on my screen, and I can see it outside.
You can see it from there outside? There's a head above the light.
See, now there's one down below.
Oh, dang it.
Close.
Sorry, I dropped you guys. This is very hard to balance on this little teeny thing up here. I'm gonna drop you again. Dang it. I gotta find a perfect spot. Oh, you can see those down there, Denny?
Yep. See him?
I can't see him.
Huh?
I can't see him.
There's a whole mess of them below the light.
What, eyeballs?
Yep.
Don't shine a light, Denny.
So you can see who they are.
Denny, stop. Denny. They don't like lights.
Yeah, look at them all.
Oh my gosh, Denny.
1, 2, 3,
Good night,
4,
Barry.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wonder what all that is. No, it's not funny. They don't like bright lights. I want them to be able to come in. I don't want them to run off. Well, they're awful stationary. That's all I can say. Wow, look at that. That's freaky. What's behind that light? Yeah.
You can put a light on and find out what it is.
No, don't you dare. It's not funny. See, Tony said, bad Denny, bad, bad Denny. See, why are you going to roll up the window?
Because it's hot in here. Unless you want me to turn the air conditioner on.
No, I don't want the air on. It's too cold.
Too cold. It's 85 degrees in here. It's too cold.
Hello, Hobbit. Laugh it up, furball. No, don't tell him to light him up. Okay, he can light him up, but then I'm getting off the live chat.
You can close the windows because
Close of what? You're not going to close the windows, are you?
no, I said we closed the windows because
Oh.
of the
Because the air conditioner.
air conditioner. Your curtain just fell down.
Oh, thank you. I know.
Came off on his side now.
Will you stop messing stuff up? You're doing it on purpose.
Trying to fix it back on.
I'm telling.
Who you gonna tell?
I don't know. I'll find somebody. Hi, Patricia. How is you?
Open the door.
Nope, there's no trees around it. Tell the Martians, yeah. Blessed. That's what I'll say. See, Martha, I was saying that it was raindrops on the window, but then how can Denny see them from downstairs on his? Marvelous singing. I can't sing. You're funny. But thanks anyway.
Rabbits or raccoons or
Gotta be something little.
mice.
Maybe they're mice. Ooh.
Moving this way to move in.
No, they better not.
They heard that there's free food here.
Yeah, I understand that, Martha, but Denny's seeing the same thing down there, and he's in a different window. They can't be the same raindrops on both windows. Because the window down there is side to side. This one comes out. He wouldn't see the same thing I saw. Little brown jug. What is that? I don't know that song. See, that's the first thing I thought, Martha, was rain on the window. That's why I said rain. And he said no. And I said yes. No, he's not looking at the computer. He's looking outside the side window. The big window, the 4-foot window downstairs where we sit and eat. That's what he's looking out. And he can see it from there, and I can't see it. But I can see something. It looks like something behind where the light is. Especially when the sky lights up. The rest of it just looks like raindrops to me. Okay, sweetie. I can prove it too. I bet you 10 to 1 if I go get a paper towel and take this off and wipe down the outside window, I'll bet you those will disappear. Yeah, I wish I could do it out front because I could start a fire out front. But it doesn't stay, it just buffers like crazy when I go out, try to do it out front. But Denny's right. He said that I can do it from my truck. Oh, really? I'll have to go look at my computer. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, Martha said, look at this.
Look at what?
She said, look at this.
Look at all the eyes.
Martha? He said it's a fire
It
ghost.
could be smoky.
You're smoky.
Man, you could prevent forest fires.
You can go to sleep. Why does it say Tallahassee got a tornado warning?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I
snap.
have no idea where there'd be a tornado from. I'm watching the weather.
At 9:56, multiple tornado warnings in southeast Oklahoma. One by Red Oak and Wilburton, one by Mansfield in Arkansas, and one straight through Tallahassee going to Heber.
Warning. How can there be a tornado warning in Tallahassee when there's no storm in Tallahassee?
I don't know. I'm just looking at it. It's right here.
I know it, but
Oh,
there's
that's
no.
2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
You staying on?
I'm live upstairs. Wish I need coffee.
Of course,
Whoa.
nobody know you were live upstairs.
Where's my coffee?
You drank them all. There's none outside either.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. There's one.
That's one. Okay, I'm back. I looked at it. That's kind of freaky. Did you hear Denny said it's a fire ghost? What is that back there? Hello?
Whatever it is, it's 5 foot high.
I love Reese's cups.
I tell you, it's smoky. See?
That is really weird.
That looks like a person.
That is freaky. Oh. The light's gonna burn out. Wind's gonna put it out. Say goodbye to the light.
Wind's blowing. Look at that. Whatever it is. Looks like a face.
It is a face. Oh, no thank you, Chev.
Yep. Fire ghost.
There's something behind the fire. There's something behind there. I don't know how far behind it, but it looks like a head. Wow. No, hey, Ozark. No bacon on that fire. That's only a tiki torch. Now, in the front yard, in the fire pit, now that's a different story. Hey, yeah, Tony, you want to call in? You want to call in next week? Yeah, now we're talking bacon, bacon, bacon. Oh, really? It's freaky, isn't it? It looks like a head back there. I'm gonna go get me coffee. I gotta find some somewhere. Hold on. Gotta go down the stairs.
What? Yes.
No. You why you keep them in there. Oh, oh gosh.
I never put them in there.
Well, I thought they were going to be good, but they weren't. Okay, I'm back. Chocolate goes with brownies, of course. Is that head still there?
I don't see it.
Yep, so if it was the rain, it'd still be there. That's really freaky, guys. Oh. What is that? Hello? Hello? The hills are alive with the sound of... Uh-oh. Eye shine. Hello there. I see you. I see you. Can't hide from me. Little baby buggy. So what are you guys up to? What have you guys been doing since I've been gone all this time? You saw a head? Where? Behind the light? Ear shine. You taking funny pills tonight, Sass? Oopsie daisy. Good night, Gator. God bless you, hon. What have you been up to, Ozark? Besides trouble? Just trouble. I knew it. Boy, it's quiet out there, isn't it? Where are the frogs, the crickets? Come on, babies. I will, Ramona. We still have to go out there tonight and put that light out. Only you can prevent forest fires. I like those little teeny baby Reese's cups. I wish they made Reese's cup with dark chocolate, though. In my stomach. All right, come on, Ramona, let's go. When you get here, we're gonna go walking in the woods at night. Not. 5 hours. Yeah, because you got to go around the mountains. Yeah, I like night hikes too. Well, you guys won't be here. So there, what do you think of that? Yeah, and the mountains. I'll wait for you, Martha. Oh, that's right. We didn't buy bacon, did we? Nope. The sky's just lighting up. It's beautiful. Let me see. Isn't it pretty? Good, Hobbit. I'm proud of you. Yeah, but there's not a sound out there. I'm just shocked. Absolutely shocked. Ozark, you going to Honebby this year? Okie dokie. Are you staying or are you just going to go for one day? You're going to the Ridge? Really? I'm facing northeast, I think. Sweet, I'll be there too. Oh, you see me shaking my head, Hobbit? Don't encourage him. I can't believe how quiet it is. This is just like my other house. Hi, Martha. Yeah, same here, Patricia. How you been, hun? No, you're not getting any more. Okay, Ozark. Good, I'm glad to hear it, hun. Ramona, are you staying for the 3 days or are you just staying for one day? Shove. Dew dressing. Oh my goodness. That's it. I'm sure you're gonna tell me. I don't see any more eye shine. Get him, Martha. don't see any eye shine. I don't see nothing. I like the fact that I can blow up my phone though. Woohoo! I hear noise. There's definitely something out there. I just heard like wood. Yeah, I love watching the lightning show. It's beautiful. Pretty. Oh, what's that? Ooh. Isn't that cool? Let's see where I can find some eye shine. Yeah, I like it when it's quiet. Then you can really hear the sassies walking around making noise. But if it's real noisy with other animals and stuff, or frogs or crickets or whatever, then you can't hear them. This way you can hear them walking. That's hubby. It depends on what kind of cactus. If you keep hitting him with it, he'll start eating it. What was that? I don't know, hon. That's right, it is. Yeah, I should have eaten tonight. I didn't eat. I forgot. Well, well, well. Well, I guess the show is over, guys, so I'll go ahead and end the live chat and see if I can, yeah, something like that, Ramona. I just forget. I go about my business and I forget to eat. Usually it takes hubby to say, you know, are we eating dinner tonight? Bologna around my neck? No, ain't gonna work. I don't like bologna. Ew, yuck. Nasty stuff. I used to love bologna. Why does it sound like Bologna? Doesn't look like bologna. Bologna should be B-A-L-O-N-Y. Good night, Patricia. I sometimes cook for Denny. We've been so busy that even he's forgotten to eat sometimes. Good night, Ozark. Oh yeah, that's true. I'll buy some bacon when we go to the store. But you can't have any. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Ramona. Well, good night, everybody. God bless you. I love you all. I'll see you on the next live chat. I'll go ahead and say good night and talk to you soon. Okay? Say bye. Everybody say goodbye. Nope, ain't waiting. I said bye. Good night, everybody. See ya. Thanks for coming.